Hi everyone! I'm sorry for the long starting soon screen. Something came up during it. I hope y'all are having a good weekend. Thanks for being here today. We're gonna have a cozy time here in Ithaelia. Ithaelia I always associate with cozy vibes since it's my OG Animal Crossing island. Well, not OG Animal Crossing island. I guess it is my OG Animal Crossing island, because before New Horizons, we did not have islands. So that statement is true. But you know, it's my first New Horizons island, so I think it always brings some coziness, and that's what I need this weekend after a bit of a hectic work getting me down sort of week. So I hope you all are doing well too. Let me say hi to everyone that's in chat here today at the start of stream. Thank you for being here. Hi Simi, I hope you're having a nice Sunday morning, hailing from Australia. And hi Jack, hope you're doing well Jack. And Lunar Sea Crossing, thank you so much for that sweet raid. I'm sorry it took me a while to get to it, being on the starting soon screen and all. And hi Shani, wow, thank you.
8 months. A 4 is 1 heart, a 4 is 1 heart.
Shani, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the 8-month resub. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for all your kindness and support and all your work and lurks, and I hope you're doing well today, Shani. Let me know what you're up to, and welcome back to the Force fam for your 8-month anniversary. I hope you continue to enjoy it here, and it really means a lot to me, Shani, this long streak. And hi Cheyenne, and hi Lunar Sea, see you in chat there as well. Thank you again for the raid, and hi Pikmin, long time no see Pikmin. How's it been going? Have you been getting back into New Horizons with all the updates? And hey Pasta, how's it going Pasta? And Caroline, oh great to see you Caroline. And hi Abby, and Rin, hi Rin. How's it going today Rin? And hi Charisma, and Koopa, and Rakia. How's everyone doing? I'm doing a lot better right now. I kind of crashed a little bit after work, so I had to nap. I know it's a tried and true story. Y'all are probably tired of hearing about it, the post-work nap that I need sometimes. So a bit of a bummer I had to start stream late, but here we are. Nice to feel rested. And hi SQM and Newfie. You're debating restarting Hogsmeade and going for more of a Merlin Core King Arthur themed island? Oh, cool! That'll be nice, Jack. I love me a fantasy theme no matter what, whether it's Harry Potter you go with or more something medieval that sounds like. Merlin Core. I'm not sure if I've heard the term Merlin Core. I feel like medieval core is a thing though. It's not one of the absolute most popular cores ever, but I think it's definitely a thing. And we were talking a little bit about the vaccine and how I wasn't really feeling good yesterday. I had like a lot of muscle aches and fatigue. It was really hard for me to just like function yesterday. But the good news is those side effects don't seem to last that long, at least for most people. It just lasted like a day for me, and I'm feeling back to normal today. And hi SparkTube! Great to see you. Thank you for that insight. And hi Robin Fee! The red, oh thank you Pasta. Yeah, a bit of a whimsical look today. I've got my Persephone headdress that I got from Etsy, and trying to look like Queen of the Underworld here with all the red. Hi Shireen! And hi Serenity! Grateful for the long starting soon screen. I only just got home. Oh, I still feel bad about that. I should have started it later. I should like write my go live tweet before I start the starting soon screen probably. Love the wig today. Oh, thank you Newfie, and thanks Rakia. You look like Ginny. Oh, Always about the Harry Potter for you, Jack. And hi, Spotted Cat. Oh, thank you. Y'all are so nice. Thanks for the kind words. And hi, Curious. Oh, thank you. Look at us just hanging out in Julian's house. I got a kick out of seeing the clothes outside Julian's house because there's a story behind these clothes. I'll tell it to y'all in a minute. Love the Mario items that came. Oh, nice. I was most hyped about the pattern slots. I guess overall the Mario and the Sanrio stuff I wasn't dying for, but I love that they gave us more pattern slots. They gave us those new like simple panel type things with the holes in them. I guess the standees is the proper word for it. You just colored Easter eggs with your kiddos, Pasta. Aw, that's such a fun, like, pastime that I enjoyed growing up. I was all about, like, the decorating hobbies, whether it was, like, decorating Christmas cookies for Christmas or decorating Easter eggs for Easter. I always had to show everyone up and do my best work. But yeah, I hope y'all have a nice Easter tomorrow. Are y'all doing anything for it? I'm debating whether or not to stream tomorrow to make up for some of my call-outs recently of not being able to stream some of the days this week. So I guess I'll be tempted to not stream if it'll be like a bit of a ghost town with everyone doing their own thing on Easter, hanging out with their families. But yeah, I don't know, it's just something I'm thinking about. Merlin is a show I want to base it off of. Oh, I think I have heard of this. Excuse me, I think I have heard of this Merlin show. Haven't seen it though. Tomorrow's Chocolate Bunny Day. Yeah, all about the Easter candy. I had to get me some Peeps and some chocolate Reese's eggs. One villager is moving out on me who wants Tiffany. Oh, yeah, feel free to post that in Discord, although I think I did see that you posted that in Discord, Pikmin. But yeah, hit Pikmin up if you want Tiffany. She's a very stylish, kind of goth style bunny rabbit. Snooty bunny. And hi Robin Fee. Enjoy your Fallout. Oh, with spells, thank you so much. Thanks for the kind words. Welcome on into stream. Happy to have you here. I was gonna say you looked like a Lore Olympus character. Have you ever read it? No. What is Lore Olympus? It kind of sounds like a little Greek, because Olympus reminds me of, I guess, the Greek city of the gods, right? What's that about, Rakia? Oh, and hi, Fox! Part of the mini acorn gang today, Fox. Step up from the rotten. Cornimer's telling you not to dawdle. Oh, and hi, Ferret. You're wig shopping online right now because of the stream? Oh, that makes me happy. I get mine from Etsy a lot at this shop called Wiggly Wigs. I'll type it in the chat in case it's hard to pick up what I'm saying, but yeah, if you search that term on Etsy, that's where I get a lot of mine. We can match. A lot of mini and rotten acorns today. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Cornimer gets in a bad mood sometimes. Your mom's in Jamaica, Pasta, so cooking alone for my sister and kids, never hosted before. Ah, that sounds like a little bit nerve-wracking. You're in charge of like all the cooking and whatnot. I feel like my family growing up, we often had like ham and biscuits, and we always had deviled eggs. That's one thing we always had, like eggs with like the mustard in it. Oh, and hi C3PO, welcome in. How's it going? Lore is so good, it's on Webtoon. Oh, I thought it was like a book. Oh, so it's like a webcomic? Ah, cool. Well, that sounds like a little bit less intimidating to absorb than a book. Maybe I could check it out. Only so much time in the day for books, unless I can get them on Audible. Ooh, Jack gets blessed with the giant acorn. And I'm Here to Dance gets blessed with the medium acorn, if that's a thing. About as middle of the road as you can get. And Pikmin, thank you so much for the Force Fam love. Yeah, I love you all so much, and thank you to everyone who's here despite my inconsistency this week. It really means a lot. Had one of those weeks where work kind of got me down, and I did have like an extra day off this week that I wanted to soak in because of Easter. And in my spare time, I've been working a little bit like on this new project that I want to do where I'm going to build like an illusionistic mountain. Do you all want to, like as a thank you for you all being here, do you all want to see like a little preview of it and let me know how you like it so far? It'll just be like a little preview, and then we'll actually build it on stream some other time. Probably, you know, of course not today because it's too late to be starting. Oh shit! Sorry, pardon my language. I just like dropped my Switch. It was like connected to my Joy-Con. I just like freaking fell out. Oh, pardon me. I gotta get my Switch off the ground. Oh shoot. All right. Here we go. I have recovered it. Cozy vibes activated with that, like, dropping of the Switch. All about the cozy vibes here, dropping switches all over the place. And I do have the town loaded to show you all the mountain, but it's like at nighttime. And I don't want you all to see the mountain at nighttime, so man, I'm gonna have to time travel real quick. That sucks. But I'm catching up with chat with you all anyways. I'm glad you like the new point redemptions, Pikmin. We also have some cute, like, cat-related point redemptions, which Mittens was on my bed earlier today, and I was kind of hoping that he would stay there, but Mittens peaced out. We'll see if he comes back. You love deviled eggs, Rakia? Yeah, it's like a Easter tradition for my family growing up. Good night, Spotted Cat. Thank you so much for stopping by at the start of stream, and I hope to see you next time. Ooh, you're making cheesecake too, pasta? Cheesecake is one of my favorites. I've never really made it myself, though. I usually just buy a cheesecake somewhere. Oh, and Fox, thank you for the 100 biddies. I missed the alert. I think I need to add like a little sound bite to that like bits alert. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you for clipping that, Robin. And pardon me while I just time travel to like earlier in the day so that you all can see the mountain and all its glory, and we might go ahead and switch away from this just chatting screen to see the full screen of gameplay here. I found my girl, I found Melba. Pikmin, you're going wild with those points. Save some for later. Has anyone here read Song of Achilles? I just finished it. Oh, is that from the webtoon, or is that something else? Because I recognize the name Achilles also from, like, it's a Greek mythology thing, right? Achilles' heel. So I found like a little bit of tree storage up here that must have been left over from the last project that I did. All these like cedars are just random storage. And I was thinking today that like our little project in Ithaelia, along with just enjoying the vibes and checking up on villagers, we're probably going to work on the extension to the magical forest, which I started to do over here. Right now it's pretty bare bones and just like some waterfalls, but let's make it look nice and cozy and homey and foresty and magical and all that good stuff. But yeah, how do you all feel about the terraforming? I know it's nothing groundbreaking, but it'll be nice to fill in the gaps with different items and stuff, I think. And I think I'm ready to show you all. Are y'all ready to see the mountain, or at least the beginnings of the mountain, and let me know what you think of it? I'm still kind of working on some of the simple panels for it. So let me just run over there in my town and then I'll show you. So gotta swap my switches real quick. The switch I just dropped. Alright, so this is my hacked island that I can just sort of have fun with projects with and whatnot. And for this project I want to do Mount Rainier, which Mount Rainier is this really gorgeous mountain in Washington that has like lots of wildflowers at its base. So part of the appeal of this build is not just going to be the mountain itself, but what's in front of it. And in fact, I think what's in front of it will help hide the awkwardness a little, because I essentially plan on putting tons of cypress at the base of it, which will help hide like the simple panels at the bottom. Just imagine like cypress kind of covering the bottom of it and looking like it's a little less awkward. But yeah, you can see that some of the simple panels have been filled in. Like I'm especially kind of proud of some of those middle simple panels and the ones at the very top. But some of these are just placeholders. Like I put a certain pattern on them so I recognize where they are, like in my storage. And then I'm gonna go and fill them in later. Y'all should see what my pattern slots look like. Like for instance, this one has a pattern on it, so I'd probably recognize that one and go in and edit this. But yeah, it's been quite a bit of fiddling this week in my spare time to try to get some of these simple panels started. I also plan on maybe making some additional shading, like some dark grays, trying to match like these Moai statues, and some darker grays, some in between like pale blues to blend everything in. So I know it's like all very black and white right now, but I hope you all can see the potential and where it's going, and especially once it has like the wildflowers out front. I hope you see the potential in it. Pikmin is rich. Yeah, Pikmin is rich with the point, showing off. So it's a fictional Greek mythology based book. I don't know why I'm only talking about Greek mythology stuff today. Well, I did bring it up by talking about my Persephone headdress. I think Persephone is associated with pomegranates, so that's why this headdress is called that. I think it has some pomegranates in it. And hi Lee, welcome in. Thanks y'all. Thanks Fox and Sim. Your theme is adorable. Fall is one of my favorite seasons. Yeah, I love all the seasons depending on what sort of town I'm doing, and Ithaelia is definitely meant for the fall. And Kitty, thank you so much. Thanks for being here and welcome in. I hope you enjoy it here. We're all about cozy vibes and decorating and conversation. You love Mount Rainier too, Shani? Yeah, its pictures just fill me with so much serotonin. I really hope I can bring it to life. Like, the wildflowers are what really bring it all together. I mean, I'm sort of half tempted to kind of like visit it one day since I've gotten so obsessed with it. But basically, I think the hyacinths in general, imagine like a mixture of hyacinths and cosmos, and maybe weeds as well, could help tie it together. And maybe some terraforming around the mountain. Like the mountain is the center point, but maybe there can be terraforming or water forming around the mountain. Maybe we can make a little lake. I don't know, it'll be interesting to see how we build it all together, but yeah, this is my hacked switch, so look at some of this crazy stuff that ends up happening. Like you can drop bushes as icons and drop flowers as icons. It's kind of some trippy stuff, but yeah, I'm all ready to go. Rainier cherries? Oh, is that why they're called Rainier cherries, Fox? I never put that together. Oh gosh, I've had those before. We've sold them at my work. I work at Costco. Sometimes we sell those. That's what the perfect cherries are based off of in Animal Crossing. If y'all played New Leaf and remember the perfect fruit, the perfect cherries are Rainier cherries. Oh, thank you, Sam, and I'm here to dance. You can see Mount Rainier from my college campus, and my friends and I used to jokingly refer to the mountain as our best friend. Oh, really? So it means a lot to you too, Shani? Yeah, it's just such a gorgeous place. I was a little shook though when I learned that apparently instead of just being a mountain, it's also like a volcano. Like I was a little surprised to learn about that. Apparently it's like one of the more high risk volcanoes potentially that might like erupt at some point. So I don't know. Such a beautiful, beautiful place, and I guess the risk is low on just a day-to-day basis. Alright, so we're back here in Ithaelia, ready to create a whimsical forest scene. And I want to show you all some of my inspiration that I'm going to draw from when it comes to this idyllic little waterfall scene. I'm all about showing y'all my inspiration. So we'll head over to Pinterest in just a second, and then we'll go back and get started on the landscaping. So basically I want it to be pretty whimsical, maybe have a few like musical instruments scattered around. I want it to be filled with like warm tones and a sense of magic, and just feel like a secluded little corner of the forest where fawns could be playing their flutes or their harps or whatever. It might even tie well into my harp core theme on Ithaelia, where I've got like harps everywhere, because I don't know, it'll just seem like a magical part of the forest where creatures play their instruments and stuff. But yeah, this is a little Pinterest board I made with some images that inspire me. But let's go back to Ithaelia now. And speaking of which, I guess I might go ahead and start by just doing some good old pocket organization and getting the right stuff in my pockets that I'll probably need. So let's do that. Oh, live in fear of it erupting? Oh, I'm sorry, Shani. I think the scientists are on it though. Like, I think the scientists like kind of regulate it and try to predict like if anything's gonna happen. They have like meters in the ground and stuff. I think our technology has gotten pretty advanced. Pikmin, thank you for the organize your pockets redemption. More points flexing from Pikmin. I'll get right to that. Oh, thank you, Caroline. I'm glad you like this island. If you want, I can walk around and give like a little tour as I'm emptying my pockets and after we eavesdrop on these two. Sally and her stupid seashells gets me every time. At first I was like, I don't have Sally. Sally's that squirrel. But this is referring to that nursery rhyme about Sally selling seashells by the seashore. Come on, Tipper, one more time. I deserve another chance. Darling, no matter how many times you try, it's going to end the same way. I'm gonna win and you're gonna lose. What are they even talking about? Are they like gambling seashells or something? Like, I don't know what's happening. Oh, I've been having these tongue twister battles with Tipper, and I've never won, not once. This is me we're talking about. But this time it's different. I can feel it in my glutes. Watch this. I'm gonna crush her with my tongue fu. Good grief, Sterling. Let's get this over with. I'll go first. Let's see your tongue tiptoe around this touchy topic. How many books would Tom Nook cook if Tom Nook cooked his books? I think I am the tongue twister pro here. How many nooks would a cookbook hook if Tom Cook nooked his? I think he screwed it up. Tom Cook is not a character. Surprise, surprise, I win again. No, I can do this. I just need to train harder. I need to hit the gym and pump some iron with my face. I'm gonna start doing curls with my tongue. I actually have heard of facial exercises before. I've never really gotten into it, but it's like if people want to like work out muscles in their face and I don't know. Can work out all sorts of weird things. Ah, like a Tipper in her Renaissance dress and her sandwich. Yeah, at least that's something that can help us sleep better at night, Shani. Hopefully so. You've been busy with the models, Pikmin? Oh, nice. Congratulations on getting more of those models. You know those models you get like from Flick, and I think there's fish models from CJ, of course, as well. Pikmin works to like collect them all, which is quite the feat since you have to catch 3 of every single one, so it's quite a project. And at any point today, feel free to let me know how you're vibing with the music and stuff, and if it's a good audio level. Right now I have like some sort of night forest playlist because we're working on a forest at night. Just seemed fitting. But let's get to that pocket management. Yeah, Lee, selling seashells is actually an old Animal Crossing standby. You find yourself abandoning it as time goes on, usually. But early on in the game, it's definitely a source for those first few bells to, like, buy your first tools. And New Horizons kind of shook it up a little by having so many DIYs that require seashells because I don't know, I had a lot of trouble like in the beginning of the game when I had so many shell items I wanted to craft, and it felt like I was never like getting enough washed up on my beach. I was never really dedicating enough time every day. So yeah, shells have a whole new importance in this one. Tom Nook definitely cooks his books. Yeah, I wasn't really following what he was trying to say there. It sounded pretty trippy. Oh, and hi, 4-leaf clover. I hope you're having a nice Saturday too. How's it going today? And how's everyone's week been? What have you all been up to in life or in Animal Crossing? Any news or any updates? You're working on all the models as well, Fox? About 2/3 of the way there? Oh, I didn't know that about you. I feel like you're really goal-based from what I've heard about, like, what you work on. Like, I think you completed the museum, and now to learn that you focus on the models, too. I think overall, I've almost come to the conclusion. It's almost like a sad conclusion.
Chow 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 if the chow chow could chow chow.
Is this an allusion to the Animal Crossing villager chow? Thank you so much for the biddies and the tongue twister, Fox. I'll let the bot handle that one. The bot just nailed it flawlessly. Or I could try to say it. How much chow could a chow 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 if a chow chow could chow chow? I don't know. I think tongue twisters are all about when you have similar words, not the same word over and over. It's not hard to say the same word over and over. It's hard to say similar words over and over. Alright, so I can see potential in some of these items I'm dropping, so that's what I like to do with builds sometimes, is I like to drop items that I could see myself using, so that is what I'm currently doing. Trashing up my museum temporarily. My poor museum. I was just talking about how I think that overall when it comes to Animal Crossing, some of those like goal-related things just don't really do it for me anymore, like in a weird way. Like I think I just get so much more joy out of the decorating projects. Like they really just excite me and thrill me that much more that I almost don't really like to focus on stuff like the museum. I know it sounds dumb, but I feel like as I've gotten older, like I know that your time is limited. I already spend so many hours a week like at my job, so I'd like my Animal Crossing time just to be filled with what sparks joy, and I guess it's the decorating for me that sparks joy rather than tracking down fish and bugs and stuff like that. But yeah, I hope I'm valid. Plus, I feel like I can always save the museum for when it does spark joy. And I think if there's a museum that I would focus on in New Horizons, it would probably be Ithaelia's, since Ithaelia is my OG island. Makes sense to not try to finish the museum in every single island I do. Oh, the famous woodchuck tongue twister. That one's a classic. Your museum is completed, Lee, except for the art section. Oh yeah. I think you have to basically trade a little for the art section, and ironically, I don't know if you get into the Treasure Island scene, but I bet it's pretty easy to complete the art section if you just like Treasure Island it up a bit, but I know some people get into that world and some people don't, and both sides are valid. I've seen some people refer to some of the more, like, I guess, door opening things in the New Horizons community as like Pandora's box, like opening Pandora's box by going to all these treasure islands. It can kind of make, I don't know, maybe if you enjoy the magic of tracking down these things really slowly and the magic of finally getting that Stonehenge from Gulliver, maybe the treasure islands could take that away from you a bit, but it all depends on what you get out of the game. Your PC came in, Lee? Oh, that's exciting. Oh, there's a dog breed called Chow Chow. I had no idea. I know a few of the most popular dog breeds, but I don't even know a whole lot of cat breeds either, besides the most popular ones. Oh, and hi, Heart. Welcome in. Yeah, here it is. It's Easter, and we're in autumn, but thank you so much. Thanks for being here. I guess I'll sell everything but the teenager tree and maybe some of the hardwood trees. Yeah, here we go. Oh, thank you for the validation, Simi. How do you decorate with the fish and bug models if you haven't gotten them? I guess I've gotten the bug models through like some help from other folks, and I don't really use the fishing models a lot for decorating. What do you all use the fishing models for if you decorate with them? Maybe like aquariums and stuff, but I don't really know what to use those for. Do you prefer the fall aesthetic for this island? It looks really nice with the yellow warm colors. Yeah, definitely. This is my fall island. I'll give a little tour since I think Caroline was mentioning it was the first time they've seen this island, and I know I stream over in Bywater more because that's more of a project that I'm overall more excited and eager to finish since it's just sort of speaking to me more with like all the spring vibes. But yeah, this is Glimlode. The village of Glimlode is like a medieval slum sort of place where we've got Winnie and Plucky who live here, a few villager homes that I haven't decorated with, like human villager homes. My character Glyneth, she's like a woodcutter, and she chops wood in the forest behind her house and lives back here. But overall it's designed to be a fantasy island that changes quite a bit depending on where you are in the island. Like over here, you're more like in a city, and the city is what welcomes you into Ithaelia, and it's kind of like at the front of town. By the way, these shirts, these were given to me by, I think, community members, specifically I think Shivy Bivy. Give me these for Julian. What do y'all think? Do you think Julian would look good in the bathrobes? I really like the idea of this young royal shirt for Julian. Maybe I'll give this to him real quick. We'll go and pop in there. But yeah, Julian is one of my residents of like this white elegant city that's here at the entrance, and so a lot of the homes have that white architecture. Oh, sounds like you're really close, Pikmin. Congratulations on all your progress on the models. Yeah, I have a playlist right on Robin Fee, so you're probably right. It's like a forced nighttime playlist. Alright, so I thought I'd make some small talk with Julian, but he's just kind of talking about my side characters. So let's go ahead and give him this shirt and see how he looks in it. The young royal shirt kind of has like Prince vibes. Oh, I do like it. I like it, but it does kind of like blend in with his skin tone a little, but I think I like it despite that because the purple of the ribbon kind of brings out like his eyeshadow. He's just gonna give me a sweatshirt in return. I see how it is, Julian. Giving me your old sweatshirts. It's kind of cute though. Matches what I'm wearing right now. Oh, and hi Lenore. Got some pizza rolls tonight. Did you have your sometimes traditional Friday night pizza, or did you skip out on that tradition and now you're making up for it with the pizza rolls? But yeah, welcome into Ithaelia. I hope you're doing well, Lenore. How's your week been? I'm giving a slight little tour of things since some people haven't seen this island. This is one of the first overlooks that I did. I actually feel like some of the overlooks that I've done in Bywater are so much better than this. I think I want to like re-envision this overlook at some point, but yeah, that's the funny thing about this island. Since it was my first one, some aspects of it feel like a little less impressive, but I still don't think it looks bad either. Oh, thank you, Serenity. Oh, I appreciate it. And right now the museum, what do you call something like this? We have a word for overlook. I feel like we need a word for underlook, or I guess this is just called the pan-up view. But yeah, my pan-up view is a little screwed up because of my item storage that I'm using the museum for, but there's the White Palatial Museum adding to the White Elegant City here at the entrance. You have a crown for Julian? Oh, you don't have to get me something as expensive as a crown. Thank you, Jack. That's really nice of you, though. You think Julian would look nice with a crown? I tried to give him like a gold rose crown once, and I thought he looked amazing in it, but he didn't end up wearing it very much. I was kind of bummed about it. So this is where you leave the magical or the white entrance elegant city, and this is supposed to be like my fairy magical forest. Like every fantasy series has to have its magical forest, and some parts of mine are just like winding woods like this, but there are some areas that have like certain landmarks. Like this is the Fairy She, where you like walk through that corridor and you come across like the fairy court where the king and queen fairy and their court live. So it's kind of like fairy core mixed with elegance. So yeah, one of my favorite spots. Maybe you got some like fairies living on the outskirts of the fairy court. the outer neighborhood. Had a sushi last night, so making up for it with pizza rolls. Oh, nice. And this is another little trope from fantasy. It's a bridge troll. You have to pay the bridge troll like a little fee or toll in order to cross the bridge over to the tavern, another standby for fantasy worlds. And the tavern is strategically placed near a magical market, so like when you stop by the market, you can stay at the end when you're done shopping for your magical wares. I have to say, I've been meaning to design a stall design to replace these because I don't really like the blue stall design. And I've even wondered if that's something maybe I could try to tackle on a stream, like similar to this one, where we're just like playing in Ithaelia, because a stall design isn't as intimidating as like designing a path on stream. So I feel like it's something that maybe I could knock out in a few hours and that we could do together. Yeah, some of this terraforming is under construction because it's tied to my under construction area that we're working on today, but you can see some of these pan-up views involve the castle surrounded by like dragons and trees and lots of the autumn weeds and everything. Love Ithaelia tours. Oh, thank you, Lenore. I'm sure it's maybe it's boring for some of y'all that have seen Ithaelia a whole bunch. Should we go visit Nox? Nox is home. Pizza Fridays? Yeah, it's something that I feel like has come up a lot, like here in the Forest fam. Like Friday night streams, because Friday is usually a stream day for me. It feels like the chat's always talking about getting pizza and stuff. So Nox is wearing his king shirt that I gave him, and he's crafting something. Oh, your back's acting up, Nox. Tell me about it. Join the club. Okay, so I already have the sleigh DIY. I thought I'd check because I actually don't have a complete DIY list in this town. There's a few that I'm missing. Oh, and hi, Sleepy Tabby. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you're having a nice weekend. Oh, look, we got some points for talking to our neighbors. Oh, the brand of pizza rolls you like is called Amy's. I feel like I know the brand you're talking about, Lenore. I think Amy's also sells some like macaroni and some other sorts of like heat up dinners. Yeah, and Amy's I think is known for their like natural ingredients. Like they have that sort of branding where they have like good quality natural ingredients. Yeah, I know the Amy's brand. The world's tiniest troll. Listen, have to work with what I got here in the New Horizons furniture catalog. Tried to think what else I could make like a troll with, and I think someone suggested the like Tanuki figurine because the Tanuki figurine looks a little freaky, but I know too much about the Tanuki figurine's backstory and I know what it means in Japanese culture, so I couldn't really see it as a bridge troll. The only other possibility would be to like make some sort of troll out of patterns. Maybe there's some sort of possibility with like a pro pattern to make a troll with, but yeah, not my highest priority. We have the gnome troll for now. But yeah, that close to wraps up my Ithaelia tour. I can show like one more little area I almost forgot about, and then we can get back to our decorating project. But yeah, this is how that overlook looks when you're standing right in front of it. And it leads over to like a ruins area, like a tumbled walls and lots of blue flowers. Oh, you'd like to see the stall design, Sam? Yeah, I feel like maybe for patterns that would be easier to tackle, like stall designs here and there, or maybe a simple panel here and there. I feel like I should try to work those into my streams more, because sometimes off-stream work is when I need to tackle like the big pattern designs, the ones that are like 20 slots and they're like really hard to get done. Like this is like off-stream work, and something like a simple panel or a stall I should probably work on stream. Oh, Mallory, hey! Thank you so much, Mallory. Aw, thank you so much for 3 months, Mallory. That's really sweet of you. I feel like you're such a kind person. I really appreciate you like hanging out in my community and for the support. And welcome back to the Force fam for 3 months. And I also see you so much like in other Animal Crossing communities here on Twitch, and I feel like you're just such a sweet presence in all of them. Thank you, Mallory. Ah, and speaking of sweet people and presences, hi to Ravenja. Thank you so much. Let me get a shout out for Dervinda as well. Dervinda's also a streamer and has like really cozy vibes and has like an Animal Crossing but also variety streaming content on their channel. Thank you so much, Dervinda, for your resub. Y'all are so sweet and kind, and thank you for the 4 months. How have you been? What have you been up to lately? We're just walking around my OG island right now, touring some of the spots that are under construction, but giving a little overview. But yeah, today we're gonna work on like the woodland area of my fantasy island, my first island that I started back in March 2020. And thank you so much, Dervinda and Mallory, for those resubs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope y'all are having a nice weekend. Oh, so Pizza Friday is an established thing, Fox? Ah, okay. I thought maybe it was just like a celebration of, you know, Friday night, beginning of the weekend, let's have some pizza. I think it's a popular eat-out sort of night. Oh, and thank you, 4-Leaf Clover, about the castle. I really appreciate it. Now that my pockets are looking slightly less sketchy, I'm not saying they're perfect, let's start to fill them up with some of the things that we could use for this build. I'm thinking very like Afternoon of a Fawn, magical, fairies playing their flutes and harps sort of feel, so let's try to put it all together. Oh, y'all are on the cherry blossom grind? Oh, I almost forgot about that. How are y'all doing on the cherry blossom DIYs and petals and all that? Oh, excuse me. I opened my mouth to say something and I burped. Why does my body have to do me like that? Because you know how usually they're silent. Oh god, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I've seen those emotes around, Fox. I didn't know where they came from. Thanks for the backstory. And hi, Winter. Thank you for the lurk. And definitely get yourself all the rest you need, Winter. I know it's really late your time. It's really nice of you just to stop by and lurk, and it really means a lot to me. And thanks for getting the shout out for Winter as well. Winter's a very talented decorator, and she's streaming the progress of like her labyrinth themed island, themed after the movie Labyrinth that has David Bowie in it. So thanks for getting that shout out. Let me just dump my DIY in the designated dumping ground here. There's shooting stars on my island, and Isabel didn't say anything. Oh, that might be purposeful, Pikmin. You can get shooting stars without it being a designated event. You can even have fairly frequent, like every hour sort of shooting stars, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have a meteor shower. But yeah, Isabel announces it when you have like definitely a designated meteor shower. She'll let you know. Alright, definitely need some mush lamps. Oh, Dervinda, thank you so much. You're never at any sort of pressure to subscribe, but that really means a lot to me, and I really appreciate it and admire you. You're such a Sweet variety streamer, Jorvinda. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, and hi, Leah. How's it going today, Leah? We're gonna attempt a sort of a fairy magical woodland area today for anyone coming in. So I'm getting all my harps. I think I'm gonna get like a pan flute as well. And maybe like a fiddle. Or the equivalent of a fiddle in this game, like a ukulele or a violin or something like that. I want to tie some like musical instruments into this build. And I think these will be really nice with like the warm colors too. So I'm gonna grab a few more of these. That happens to you all the time, Lenore. Yeah, that's so embarrassing. Like I opened my mouth to say something and it just came out. Did you do the mountain build already? Oh, I decided not to do the mountain build tonight because I started stream like a little bit late for my tastes, and sometimes when I start a stream late, I figure, hey, it's better than nothing, but for something important like the mountain building stream, I'd like to dedicate more of a full day and like a regular start time to it, and try to like be fair to those folks that like have time zones where that gets like really late for them. So yeah, I definitely want to do the mountain build soon, and I'm pretty excited about it. I actually gave a little preview earlier, and just really quickly, since I already have it already, I could probably show it one more time really quick. I showed off the progress of it so far, but yeah, I'm not gonna have it up very long because I did show it earlier, but just for anyone who wanted to see the progress on the mountain build and like where I'm going with some of the simple panels, that's like a little preview, trying to do the simple panels in a way to where it's like snow covered and whatnot, and piece it together in a way. Of course, my Pro Controller always gets mad at me whenever I switch switches. But yeah, there's a little preview, and now I'll switch back over to Ithaelia. And let's finish gathering our supplies for the build we'll do today. Oh my gosh, I just thought of something. Do y'all know that like icy column? What if I did like the icy column in gold? Do y'all think that would be too gaudy, or do you think that could work? Also, why is Ithaelia not like registering? Oh gosh, did I break my setup? What happened? Well, I put Ithaelia back in the dock. I'm just gonna cross my fingers for a second and hope it loads, but it's not really showing up on my Elgato. Dang it. I'm sure it'll load in a second. I'll catch up in chat real quick. Tomorrow's bunny day, so after that honor passes on Monday, I'm gonna go all in on the cherry blossoms. Yeah, best of luck. I know I had trouble getting them all last year. I really had a lot of trouble because of the eggs and stuff. That was back when I was playing pretty hardcore too, like playing pretty much 24/7 and everything. So I don't know how I managed to not get all the DIYs. Oh, and hi Mary, welcome in. How's it going, Mary? Oh, thank you so much for the vibes on the mountain. I really appreciate it. I hope it didn't break my I hope it didn't break my setup. Oh shoot. Alright, so I'm going to maybe switch back to the mountain real quick to see if it works with that one. Or maybe if like some sort of cord came loose or whatever. Do y'all have any suggestions? Oh, darn. Technical difficulties. Oof. Yeah, definitely. You're working on your Diagon Alley build right now? Oh, nice. Let us know how it goes. Yeah, I guess I might check out some of the cord connections and figure out what's going on. And if I do have to do anything fancy like restart the stream, I probably will because the night is still relatively young and I could probably get a few hours in on this build if I but I'm sure I can probably figure it out. I might go on BRB though, just so I can see what I'm doing and like stand up and fiddle without like being self-conscious about that. So thank you all for the support and for being here and hope I can figure it out. It's weird how it seemed to happen when I switch switches when I do that all the time. Could be a loose cord at the back of the dock. Yeah, I wish I had like a technical support person here. Unplug it and plug it back in. Could be a cord in the dock. Thank you so much for all the tips, y'all. And hi, Lily Love. Welcome in. Sorry we're having technical difficulties right now. Thanks everyone for the positive vibes. I'll try to be right back here. Alright, okay, so this is what it's looking like for me. This is what it's doing. So I'm a little bit bummed out about that. I might call someone. There's probably, I don't know, I might call someone for help, and try to get this going. But basically, I unplugged everything and plugged it back in, and it's still kind of doing this. I don't know if it needs like a reboot of my computer in general, which unfortunately that doesn't function well with my stream. My stream can't keep running if my computer's not running. But yeah, I might try to restart the stream. Maybe turn the TV on and off. Oh, does the TV like have to be on? Yeah, I'm not sure if my TV is on or not. I was watching some Dark last night. Let me see if I can get my remote then. So I turned my TV on. Does that... it's still not really doing much, though. This happens to my husband sometimes with the Elgato. When he comes upstairs, I'll ask him. Oh, thank you, Leah. I appreciate it. Yeah, if I can continue this stream, I'd love to, even if it involves some rebooting. It's a bit of a shame because of unlocking like the path to partner fairly recently. It has me maybe thinking about my stats some, and I know that like technical difficulties are a killer for stats, so this might be kind of a little bump in the road here where, you know, if I have to restart stream, it'll probably make my stats all wonky for today, but that's okay. We're here to have fun and vibe and try to work on Ithaelia. Let me see. Yeah, so I do have a switch in the dock. I plugged everything back in. Maybe I'll go ahead and end for now, and then I'll tweet back out and Discord announce back out if I can get it back up and running. I'll probably have to reboot my computer or something. So bye everyone, and hope to see you back if I can get it back working, or see you next time. Hopefully my capture card is not dead. Hopefully it's not deceased. But yeah, thank you all for the positive vibes and for being here. I really, really appreciate it, and thank you so much. See you all in a bit, hopefully. Alright, bye. And again, I'll try to get it back up and running. Live, it might take a second for it to register as so, and for any sort of notifications to go back out. All I did was reboot my computer. I'm gonna write a go live tweet real quick, just like a little addition to the tweet I wrote before, just saying that I'm back live again. So let me just do that real quick. Pardon the typing, but just wanna essentially have like a starting soon screen that's live in a sense as I write this tweet that I'm back live. Alright, so just finishing this tweet real quick to let people know I'm live again. And let's get our music back. Is everything back up and running? I'm here to dance, says Pog. I know, isn't this funny? I thought this was a funny little moment here. I think this happened like on accident. Like I was kind of like running around like just pressing random buttons as I was switching switches back and forth. And then like I see the screen like, woo! All the pesky cockroaches are gone. I feel so much better now. I also feel better about the technical issues being resolved, so that's pretty sweet. Also, I'm getting a kick how I still have these freaking stockings up because I didn't notice they were there because I put them like over here against the back wall. So let me put these away. But welcome back, Sim, and I'm here to dance. And GPV, hey, how's it going, GPV? Thank you so much for the compliment on the hair. We had a bit of a technical problem, but we were able to resolve it, and it was just like a reboot. That almost makes me mad. Like, why do you need a reboot to work again? Like, you should just work after I fix the issue. You shouldn't need like a reboot. But yeah, I'm gonna try to be creative and gather as many of these different plants and whimsical items and instruments as possible. Today we're gonna be working on a magical sort of foresty area, and I'm really like inspired. So I'm gonna try to gather as many of those sorts of things as I can, just to have like all the tools at my disposal. What capture card do you use? I use an Elgato HD60S. A bit of a mouthful, but yeah, that's what I use. I'm pretty sure Elgatos are like one of the more popular ones as far as you know, streaming console games in general. I think a lot of people just stream various different types of Elgatos. Also, it looks like we have a sweet pumpkin on the bed now. I didn't really notice her sneak back there. And the sunset has only deepened today. It's looking nice and warm and lovely. That's what you have too? It sucks you had technical difficulties. Yeah, I wonder what happened. It just sort of stopped working when I was doing a switcheroo with my switches, which maybe I'll be careful to try not to do again today, but I do it a fair amount, you know? So I wasn't really expecting there to be problems, to be fair. Yeah, I think these anthurium plants might be really nice, like tucked behind the bushes. I'm a big fan of like using plants like cypress or anything that could be considered a house plant like this, but then you just try to hide the pot so it doesn't look like a potted house plant. It looks more like it's coming out of the ground. So that's what I thought I could use these for. Oh, and hi Therapy, enjoy your lurk. I'm glad you were able to make it as well. How have you been, Therapy? Oh, and hi Mary. Yeah, I feel like the technical difficulties caught you like right when you came in just about, so it's really sweet of you to not be scared away by that and to come back. But thank you so much, Mary. Welcome back. And hi Leah, thank you so much for your offer of help, by the way. That's really interesting that it's happened to your family as well, like with the Elgatos and stuff. That was the first time that's ever happened to me. Yeah, I'm just kind of dropping some of the items I could see myself using. I almost sometimes see like the dropping of items that I'm going to use for a build kind of as like a mood board. Like if you think of a like Pinterest mood board or something, you can kind of almost do that with Animal Crossing to some extent, just by picking the sort of items you plan on using. And that's like your mood board of what you're going to stick with. So I can already see the mood starting to take shape with all these items that I'm dropping, so I think it'll help inspire me. The problem with my more developed islands, though, and trying to like landscape in a more developed island is there's not as much spaces to drop stuff, and it gets kind of annoying. Like, I really like when you have those brand new islands and you're working on some of your first builds and you just have so much space to dump everything everywhere, and then the more you develop an island and fill everything in, the more finished it gets, the less room you have to like store like all the supplies you're working on and stuff. Like tree storage, furniture droppage like this. But we'll make it work. Oh, and hi, Delise. So impressed with the progress you've made. Oh, thank you, Delise. Yeah, Ithaelia was my first island, so I made a lot of its progress like in my streaming months from like March to like throughout all of 2020 and even into 2021, so I have been working on it a while and it's still not even really done yet. Do any of you consider your islands like finished at this point? Anyone with like a fully finished island in the chat? Oh, and hi Bruschetta, welcome in. Always happy to see you, Bruschetta. I'm doing pretty well today, feeling rested after a nap. Feeling inspired to work on like sort of a magical woodland area of my fantasy world building island, Ithaelia. Feeling a lot better after having some side effects yesterday related to the vaccine. I feel a lot better today. So, and I have tomorrow off, so that's always good. I feel like I practically live for my days off. Like, I guess when it comes right down to it, even though I can tolerate my job and the book stalking that I do, sometimes it feels like you live for your free time and live for those days off, and I don't know, sometimes it feels like you work to live. Live to work. Alright, I feel like I have enough mush parasols. I thought I'd grab a few of these piles of leaves though. Just trying to scan for items we could use for our little magical woodland. Let's grab a few more cypress. Probably need all the cypress. And I did not mean to cancel out of this. How many islands do you have now? Currently I have mainly just 2 that are named, but I do have more in mind. So Ithaelia being my first one, which is a fantasy-inspired island, and then Bywater, my second island, is inspired by the Shire. Like from Lord of the Rings, the Shire where the hobbits are from. And some of the other planned islands that I want to do like an Art Nouveau inspired island with like lots of Art Nouveau patterns. I also want to do like a Citaloon remake. I think you're probably familiar with my New Leaf Island, my New Leaf Town Citaloon, Mary, but I'd like to kind of remake it in New Horizons with all the amazing stuff that we can do now, and especially with the pattern slots. I think it would be really nice to be able to make some more custom designs and patterns for Citaloon. So those are some of the next projects I have in mind. Let's see, just trying to have an open mind and scan through here and pick out various whimsical stuff that like catches my eye for a magical forest. Why not a bird bath? And why not some rocks as well? Is there a mossy version of the stone tablet? Do y'all know? Because I see this dark version. I feel like there might be a mossy version of the stone tablet. And have any of you ever been able to use this flat garden rock? I feel like this one's so hard to use. I vibe more with the garden rock and the tall garden rock. I don't know about the flat garden rock. Let's see if I can use any statues too. I actually don't know if this is a statue sort of area though. Maybe I'll try to hold off on those. It is always tempting to use a good statue somewhere though. And thank you for that follow, by the way. Alright, and the last thing I need like some sort of ukulele. I think that's like a DIY though, right? Maybe I should go over to my like wood tab and try to like craft one. Do you plan on creating dream codes when you finish an island? Yeah, definitely. I even sometimes create a dream code when it's not quite finished, but like mostly finished. Like, I think Ithaelia has one that's kind of out of date. I have like a command for Ithaelia where you can go and check out like a work in progress version of it if you like. But yeah, it'll be nice to finish these islands one day. Yeah, and welcome back, Lee. Thanks for coming back. I really appreciate it after the technical problems. Visited Citaloon so many times with the Dream Suite. It was my favorite. Oh, thank you, Mary. That really means a lot to me. And hi, Melba. I just gotta talk to you. You're looking so cute over here. My favorite muffin. Glad you're never too busy to check in with me. Oh, that really hits hard, since sometimes I am too busy to check up on this town, but that's really sweet of her to say. Something comforting about a street lamp. I don't know, whenever they bring up the items that are around them, it feels so forced to me and it makes me laugh. I don't know why. and I'm glad you all like the sound of those other islands. I do like to mostly finish an island before I move on to another one. I felt like Ithaelia was mostly finished enough to move on to Bywater, but I can still kind of like circle back and work on this one. Dang, I'm just trying to figure out how I should approach this like item droppage. I feel like it's getting a little cramped up here by the museum. Maybe I can also clutter up my rock garden as much as it pains me. I hope you all know that this is just ground storage. It's just for my build. I'll pick this stuff up later. Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. This isn't Bywater? Oh yeah, this is Ithaelia. I think the last stream I was able to watch, Bywater was really new. Yeah, I'm actually kind of somewhat impressed by how fast Bywater has come along, and I think what I've found is I'm able to like complete areas and landscaping a lot faster than I'm able to complete the patterns that I plan for these different islands. So that's something that I sort of have in the back of my mind as like a flaw with my approach, and I'm gonna try to find ways to make sure that I'm able to keep up with my patterns output, or maybe I need to do other sorts of things in my streams too, like interior design. I don't really do a whole lot of interiors work, but maybe that's something else that I could dip into to try to help complete an island. I'm definitely not a big an interiors type person though. I don't really like working on interiors as much. Oh, hi Gasry! Thank you. I hope you're doing well too.
Love your streams, hope you're doing well.
Oh, that really means a lot, Gasry. Thank you so much for that resub. 10 months? Wow, that's a really long time. Congratulations on your fully grown tree badge, and thank you so much for such a long streak of support. Thank you so much. And thanks for the kind words too. I really appreciate you hanging out here, and I hope you're doing well too, like I said. What does Ithaelia mean? Ithaelia was actually my attempt at sort of creating my own name for something, sort of like how when you write like a fantasy novel, like fantasy writers might have to make up their own names for various places and cities and worlds. That's what part of why I call it like a fantasy world building island, was because I tried to kind of do that a little with its different areas and its name. But I have heard a few people say that it sounds a lot like Italia, which is what Italians call Italy, so that kind of bums me out a little. I didn't really want it to associate with anything, but yeah, some people have remarked that Ithaelia kind of sounds a little like Italia, if that's how you say it. And welcome back, Jack. Thanks so much for coming back. I really appreciate it. Nice to see folks coming back in. You thought you were done with your island? You're never done with your island? I actually disagree with that. I think that maybe at a certain point your island development can come to an end. I definitely sort of one day eventually felt that way with Citaloon, to bring up Citaloon again. I didn't consider it finished for like 5 years, but then finally I came to a point where like I just feel like I studied every single space in town, finished every single pixel in those paths, and I was like, boom, it's done. But the thing with New Horizons that makes New Horizons a little different, admittedly, is they keep like adding new items and furniture sets to the series, which I'm not complaining about it at all. I love that they're doing that and keeping it fresh, but it might be harder to consider a New Horizons island finished if they're gonna give us like a Brewster's Cafe building at some point in the future, or, you know, new sets every season. Which, hey, that's part of the fun, but yeah, you're right. Maybe it'll affect the completedness of it in a way. The name sounds pretty. Oh, thank you, Delise. I remember someone said that it sounded like kind of elvish. Ah, I wanted to eavesdrop on these two. I saw them chatting. I guess I just saw the tail end of their chatting. Good to see all my Ithaelia pals again. Oh, thank you, Bruschetta. I'm glad you like the name. I like the idea of doing more town names like that, like town names that don't mean anything, but are just sort of like fantasy-inspired, like word creations, but it's kind of hard to create a name that way. Like, I struggle with it. It's not like really my strength. Sometimes what I do when I try to create a name like that, I just like list a whole bunch of syllables, like fragments of words, and then I just try piecing them together in a million different ways, and it's pretty time consuming to think about. Alright, so I don't really know how to make a ukulele, but I'm gathering some wood because I assume it's probably made out of wood. Let's go over here in my wood cutting room. Oh, thank you for the welcome back, Heart. You think it sounds unique and fantasy world-like? Ah, that's exactly what I'm going for. Plus, I liked the idea of flexibility. Back when New Horizons was new, I didn't really know how many... cough. I didn't know how many switches I'd end up getting. Oh, my little shameful statement there. So I thought, oh, well, Ithaelia is nice and versatile. I can probably remake it in a million different ways, and the name doesn't really mean anything, so it could be whatever theme I want it to be. I really I don't think I'd want to remake this town in any other way, though, because I actually think the map isn't really as great as I thought it was when I first selected this town. Like, my airport being so close to my town hall and being a diagonal, I can't really imagine, like, remaking this town a different way, or, like, using this map to do a new island, because I feel like it's a little too flawed for that in a weird way. Like, I'd rather have a different map if I was gonna keep resetting the same town over and over. Alright, where's this ukulele? Do I need to look this up? Does it require some iron or clay or something? Do I not have it? Alright, gotta know my alphabet. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. Here it is. Gotta love when I'm scrolling for something and I just don't see it. Any other instruments we should get? How about the pan flute? Let's get one of those as well. I think my video might be super lagged. Sorry if I'm responding to things you said ages ago. Oh, no worries. It might even be my response. Sometimes I just kind of ramble a little and get like a little behind in chat. And welcome back, Robin Fee. Zelda music giving me good vibes. I'm glad you like it, Delise. I think it's some like Pokemon music right now. It's sort of a Nintendo playlist. I probably want some more of these garden stands too. I think the garden stands would have good vibes. How do you make those? Stone and clay. Ooh, what does it look like if you put a flower crown on like a stand? Does it create like a mannequin for the flower crown? If so, that's so sad. Such a missed opportunity. Imagine like a circle of flowers on top of like a turkey garden stand, and how whimsical that would be, and how that's probably not what happens. It probably just turns into like an ugly mannequin. Darn. I love that idea though. And hi Evie Stevie, it's great to see you. How are you today? How's your weekend going? And hi Corundum Queen, welcome in. I owe you a DIY, Corundum Queen. You won a giveaway for like a DIY of the Lily record player the last stream, so I should message you on Discord and get that over to you from Bywater. Always loved your town names. Oh, thank you. That really means a lot to me. I do try to put a whole lot of thought into them, but I also try not to angst over it either, because I think at the end of the day, your island name doesn't have to be super important. It's more about like what the island contains and what it means to you. I don't think it's something to stress about as much as sometimes we do. My island naming process, take out a map of South Carolina and pick a town at random. Oh, that's definitely fair enough. I like that sort of approach of drawing inspiration from real life. Even though I took Bywater from Lord of the Rings, for instance, I'm pretty sure I've like Googled Bywater before and found that there are some like real life towns like in the world called that. What am I trying to look for? Feel like I just sort of lost a thought. A thought just went poof out of my head. Oh yeah, customization kits. That's what I'm looking for. To customize stuff. Oh, you can't get back to sleep, Winter? I'm sorry about that. Do you have any sort of tricks to try to fall asleep that you can refer to? I hope you can get some good rest tonight, even if it comes a little later, and I hope you can sleep in if you do end up going to bed late. I guess we'll have to go and buy some customization kits. Oh, fun! I watched Winter do this on stream the other day. I was hanging out in Winter's stream, and she just had to go over to Nooks and buy customization kits over and over. I was thinking to myself, what a mood. What a mood. You vacation in South Carolina every year, so I have an attachment to the state. Oh, cool. I know South Carolina has... Well, I know it has like a sort of town that is considered like a very quaint town. I'm actually sort of forgetting the name of it. Charleston? Is it called Charleston? I don't know what made my brain just suddenly fire. Brains are such mysterious organs. I was like a total blank. Like I was a flat line of blankness, and then it was just like, Charleston. Boom. I don't know. I amaze myself sometimes. Both for stupidity and that just random when your brain decides to fire. Okay, so time to get some kits. Oh boy, oh fun. Our favorite activity in ACNH. Oh, and hi Jules, how's it going today? Welcome in. Can I join the Discord? Oh, definitely. I'd love you too, Bruschetta. Thank you for linking the Discord, Delise. Yeah, the Discord's a humble place to hang out and chat, and we have a lot of like Animal Crossing channels, obviously, but we also talk about other stuff sometimes. It's a nice way to get notifications too, if you prefer Discord ones to Twitch notifications. And every now and then, if I'm not feeling as weighed down by work, we could also dabble in movie nights or community nights and gaming and stuff. I've felt a little too weighed down by work lately to do that. Had a friend come up from California this week, but he went home last night. We marathoned the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Oh, that sounds really cozy. Oh, looks like Pumpkin just peaced out. Bye, Pumpkin. The one time I missed stream too, but that's awesome. That's one of the DIYs you've been looking for. Oh, it was meant to be, Corindum. Yeah, just remind me if I forget. I wanted to let you know. I usually go to sleep late, so I think my body was like, whoa, this is too early, so it's messed me up. Nothing to do tomorrow anyways. Yeah, your body can definitely kind of get into internal rhythms and patterns, and I know I fall into trouble if I start like taking too many naps after work, and then that just sort of becomes my schedule where I have to sleep after work, so I have to be careful about that. Charleston, a historic city by the sea. Yeah, sometimes it's fun to just to make connections with Animal Crossing. Sometimes it can be fun to draw inspiration from real life cities like that because it can influence like how you decorate. Maybe for like a Charleston inspired city in Animal Crossing, you would design in a certain sort of way. So that's something really fun to do sometimes in Animal Crossing. You can only watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy extended versions. Theatrical is just wrong. Ah, Evie Stevie. I feel like you wouldn't like my approach then. I actually kind of prefer the theatrical versions. I know that sounds weird, but there's just a few of the like extended scenes that have me raise my eyebrows in Lord of the Rings, and I think that they were cut for a reason. I will list out my biggest offenses. One, I hate that moment when the Nazgul like kind of like shove Gandalf to the ground and they're like, "You will die, old one." It's like, no, that does not happen. Gandalf's actually pretty OP, and I think he could take the Nazgul. And pretty much the only reason why he didn't take the Nazgul down, I think, was because, he got caught up with saving Faramir, but he could have totally taken the Nazgul. So one, I kind of hate that scene. Two, I thought the Mouth of Sauron scene was one of the coolest in the books, but I felt like they just kind of made it like a cringy, gross, sort of like ew sort of moment in the extended version. Like I don't really think they took it seriously. I thought it was fascinating in the books to see the Mouth of Sauron, but did not really like that moment and how they depicted it in the extended version. I also felt like they made the Council of Elrond kind of awkward. Anyway, there's a lot of extended version scenes that I don't really feel like add a whole lot. What are some of y'all's favorites though? Like what are some of the scenes that I should take a second look at, like if you prefer the extended versions? I do like how they tie up the Saruman subplot in the extended version, and I like how they go into Éowyn and Faramir in the extended version. So those are some things that I can think of that I like. Alright, so I think I might be officially done with my mood boarding. It's a shame that my mood boarding has to be so messy because of this being a more finished island and I just have to cram this furniture wherever I can. It makes it a very messy approach, but we'll try to make do, and I think I'm done gathering items for now, so I'm ready to get to the actual landscaping, maybe once I gather some hedges and bushes and trees, some foliage. Oh, you napped all evening, Jules? I'm scared. You're scared you're gonna be up all night? Yeah, that's a mood as well. I also took a nap when I got home today. I just really needed it. I kind of crashed. I wasn't expecting it because I went to work okay, but I just like crashed when I got home. I couldn't keep my eyes open. And hi Marcella, welcome in. It's great to see you, Marcella. How are you today? How's your weekend? Welcome on into Ithaelia. We're gonna try to tackle like a magical woodland area today, and I'm kind of excited about it. And we haven't even gotten started yet on the bulk of the landscaping. We've been like mood boarding and trying to gather supplies, so we're about to try to get into it now. Let me just go in here and get some fruit to like eat trees with. That's what I call it. I call it eating trees. Oh, do I not have fruit in here? Feels like I have everything but fruit in abundance. Can you eat the acorns? Probably not. Oh yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of fruit. I have some pumpkins though. Maybe I'll just take some pumpkins. And let's get some bushes and then some saplings. All right, getting prepared. And hi, Bashful Turnip. I'm doing pretty good today. How about you? Oh, you feel that? You're happy to hear different opinions? Oh, thank you for understanding and hearing my rant, Evie Stevie. Yeah, I hope you can see where I'm coming from there. Yeah, that would be a cool sort of island theme to do, Robin Fee. You should do whatever your inspiration takes you. For instance, like when it comes to me drawing Animal Crossing inspiration, I feel like I work best, or I just like sort of more natural or old scenery better whenever I just don't ever really feel inspired to do anything modern, even though I like seeing other people's modern islands. So yeah, we definitely all have like our genres that we're drawn to. So right now I'm kind of looking for a good place to drop some trees to, and I think I know just the spot. I think I'm gonna drop them over by my secret garden. There's like a lot of wide open space over there. Oh, you haven't seen the theatrical versions? Only extended? That's why it feels wrong? Oh, gotcha. I feel like maybe the same thing might have happened with me, Evie, just the other way around. I think I saw the theatrical ones more often when I was younger because I had better access to them, so I think I just grew up getting used to those versions. But I also, even aside from that, I just do have opinions about a few of those scenes that I ranted about. Especially the Gandalf one. I don't know, I guess I get wanting to make the Nazgul look intimidating, but I also feel like you have to respect Gandalf's power, and I think Gandalf could have taken the Nazgul. He's basically like kind of... He has like godlike power, and the Nazgul just have like ring-based power. Yeah. You're doing some winter and spring closet cleaning, Marcella? Oh, that sounds cozy and productive. Some spring cleaning. How are you feeling? Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I wasn't really feeling too good yesterday. I had the vaccine on Thursday, and Friday, like I felt very, like I had a lot of muscle aches, just sort of like walking around, and stuff felt like more laborious than normal, and it was like a little tough for me because I had a lot of book stalking to do, and I probably would have and could have and should have called out, but I had already kind of called out fairly recently because of a migraine, so I just sort of felt like I couldn't, and I went to work and I had a really heavy like sort of day, lots of work to do, and it was not fun to be doing that amount of work like while I was feeling so like muscle achy and under the weather because of the vaccine side effects. So yeah, it's really nice to be feeling back to normal today. I feel totally normal again. Totally like a normal human, which I'm really thankful for. I guess I'm running out of spots to plant these trees. How about up here? Why not? Give the dragon some trees around him. Feels good to do some spring cleaning. Just made and ate some tasty chicken karate. I wondered if that was an autocorrect. I don't recognize chicken karate. I'm glad your tummy is happy, and glad you're having a cozy day, Bashful Turnip. Oh, Namer, thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate it. As I just planted this tree in the wrong spot for like 3 times in a row, you know? That's what we do here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words on my island, and hopefully we can get it looking even better today. I'm thinking of time traveling about 3 days so that all these trees become like those lovely 3-stage growth teenager trees that I so love. And then that way I can maybe use them here and there, like with this build. But yeah, this is what we're gonna work on today. Oh, and hi Nathan! I hope you're having a good weekend too. Mine's been pretty good so far. My weekend just sort of started. How about you, Nathan? I hope my side effects go away quickly when I get my second one on Monday. Oh, best of luck. Let us know how it goes, and I hope you have no side effects. That was something that my vaccinator was very clear about, as it's very person to person. Some people might feel a little under the weather for multiple days. Some people might not have any side effects at all. So it's just very variant and variable. And overall mine was nothing too terrible. I think it was just made like a little bit terrible by the fact that I had that sort of work day that I had, but otherwise, I mean, having some muscle aches is not the worst thing in the world, especially for a single day. And hi Mercy, it's great to see you. How's it going, Mercy? I love seeing the progress on your new island over in Discord. I got my last dose last Friday, most of the reason I've missed some of the streams until today, but happy to be fully vaccinated now. Ah, congratulations. Ah, that's interesting. That's kept you a little bit away too. I did kind of like call off Friday's stream partly because of how I was feeling and how my workday went. So yeah, I've kind of gone through that as well, Corindum Queen. So let's time travel like 3 days. Did I already do that? I think I already did that. I'm just like a big dummy. Like, did I do that? Did I not? Zulu, thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Oh, nice. Congratulations on that good score, Mercy, and good job with all your work you've been doing on that tough organic chemistry. We're all behind you, and best of luck. Oh, thanks for winding down and chilling to the stream, Nathan. That sounds like a nice weekend. And have a good dinner, Evie. I can deal with any of the side effects except nausea, just praying I don't have that side effect. Oh, yeah. That's another interesting thing, is different side effects. So yours lasted for like 2 days, Marcella. It's interesting how everyone's so different. And hi, Big Ball fan. Welcome in. Hopefully this is good enough to time travel 3 days. Rakia! Oh, thank you, friend. Thank you for 9 months.
Yay, 9 months. Love the forest family. 4 is 1 heart, a 4 is 1 heart, a 4 is 1 joy.
Oh, I love you too, Rakia. Congratulations on your fully grown tree badge. That's a really hype milestone. Feel free, I think I've sent you a sticker before. Feel free to redeem another one if you'd like for the 9-month anniversary. And thank you so much for all your sweet support and friendship and kindness in the Force fam. Part of what makes it so great, Rakia. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the resub. You can pull off any hair color. Oh, I think you'd be surprised. I actually see that said about a lot of people. I think a lot of us just, like, you could probably pull off any hair color too, Mercy. I think a lot of people can pull off many different hair colors. It's not like hair colors are meant for a single look or a single skin tone or whatever. But thank you so much for the compliment. Alright, let's go and see some of these trees that we time traveled and maybe freeze some of them with fruit. Excuse me, Nox. Whoa, Dervinda. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet and shocking. Thank you so much, Dervinda. That's really generous. Thank you for gifting 5 subs out into the community. I really appreciate the support and the kindness to share those emotes and that love with other folks in the community, to give them the ad-free viewing and the emotes for a month. That's really kind of you, Jervinda. Thank you. I can't thank you enough for that. You're so kind. Oh, blown away. Thank you, Jervinda. Oh, thanks for all the hype and love and chat for Rakia's 9-month resub. Oh yes, it's a Twitch baby one, and all the hype and love for Jervinda too. Thank you. How'd you get the sub goal? Oh, thank you. I think the sub goal, I set it to like 10 for a week. So I didn't make that clear on the overlay for this one. Thank you so much though. Thank you for helping us get there. Let's go and get some pears, shall we? Or wait, in this town it's apples. I'm so used to Bywater it being pears. But in this one I have apples. Feels so foreign after playing in Bywater for so long. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. What the Ferret, thank you so much. Oh, you sent me something in the mail, Pikmin? Thank you. I can go and check that in a second. I wonder what you sent me. Alright, getting some more Nook Miles. We can go check the mail, freeze the trees, and then definitely, hopefully get to some landscaping. Oh, and hi Nimly, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I was definitely feeling it too. I took some selfies before stream. I was enjoying it. I might take some more after stream. A little vain moment. Ah, look at this lost book. It looks so nice here. I never really thought about just having a book on the ground, and I guess I probably won't because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But doesn't that look aesthetic right here? I guess I should find its owner, though. Do you think it's Plucky's? Plucky lives nearby, but it's her book. She's just like running into the wall over here. Did you see that? She was just like running into the hedge. I love when the AI does like goofy things like that. Ah, so it's not Plucky's, but it is her neighbor's. I was in the ballpark. So Winnie went out on like a little walk today, and she left her book out in the middle of the road, as one does. Enjoying my new island so much. It has lots of potential. Oh, that's great to hear, Mercy. I really do feel like third time was the charm for you. Mercy restarted her island twice, so this is her third island, but she finally got her apples and blue airport that she always wanted. So I can't wait to see what you do with it. Oh, thank you, Bruschetta. I'm hyped about getting a real-life haircut pretty soon, maybe like in a few weeks once I'm fully vaccinated. Oh, so it was a comic that Winnie left around. And enjoy your lurk, Marcella. I hope you enjoy your chores as best as you can. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh, you think this is my color, Nimly? Like out of all the wigs? Oh, that's interesting. I like the green wig the best. Winnie's eyelashes or Plucky's. Yeah, these are my little medieval village slum villagers. They're my peasants. What did Winnie give me in return? I wasn't really paying attention. Looks like she gave me like a low screen. I love you all talking about the music. Yeah, I can link you all the playlist if you want. There might be info about the songs like in the playlist. Yeah, I think it has like the track list here. Here it is. Alright, so Pikmin sent me a Princess Peach dress and Princess Peach shoes. Nice. Thank you, Pikmin. I actually haven't gotten those yet, so you really did send me something I haven't had, just I guess because I haven't ordered them. So thank you, Pikmin. And oh look, These are from Mercy. Mercy sent me some forsythia plants, which is pretty helpful because I don't have them in this island. I sort of hacked them into my other island, but thanks to Mercy, maybe we can use them like in our build here today. Like, I didn't even think of that. But yeah, I think I'll show off the Princess Peach dress over here since we don't need it for our build, but it's nice to see what it looks like. What do the shoes look like? Ah, interesting. They're just like red shoes. Suits your autumnal vibe. Oh, thank you, Nimley. Yeah, not gonna lie, sometimes I guess if I know I'm playing in a certain town, I might try to match the overlay accordingly, because I'm that extra. I knew I would be playing in Ithaelia today, so I thought why not look autumnal. Oh, one was the mom's gift? I didn't realize that was from you, Mercy. I think I just dropped it on the ground. Let me try it on then. So this is the mom's gift. Oh, cute. Oh, look at me. Oh, we'll wear this stream. Thank you, Mercy. I should probably try to match my leggings and shoes accordingly, but whatever. We look cute right now, regardless. Thank you, Nimbly. You're funny. We love the serve. Oh, and you don't have to send me anything else, Pikmin. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. And thank you for the mod love, Bruschetta. Yeah, I really appreciate all that my mods do to help keep the chat nice and clean and safe and happy. Thank you so much for all the hard work and just always being there. Alright, so these are where all my teenager trees are at. Let's go ahead and freeze these babies. And this isn't my favorite day in Ithaelia. My favorite day is November 9th. That's what I always save my dream address to, but I guess if today isn't bad, we could just stay on this day. I was thinking of time traveling back to my favorite day, but that would be like a little extra of me. Oh, you're back from work? Curious? We haven't really started the decorating too much, not gonna lie. It might have been one of those streams I should have done more prep work of organizing all the different items I'm gonna use. We're still gathering the materials, so you haven't missed much. There were also some technical difficulties in there where my Elgato was giving me trouble and I had to restart the stream. But yeah, right now I'm working on getting the right sort of trees that I'll need. Easter's tomorrow? Yeah. I'll probably just be chilling. I don't really know what to expect for the Animal Crossing event. Is it gonna be just like last year? No differences? I assume so. There are those new Easter items, but those have just been filtering in through the shops, so I don't think there are like any new DIYs to learn or anything like that. It was nice of them to give us some new Easter items though. Oh man, there's supposed to be a Stonehenge down here. I'm a little bummed about it. I moved it over to Bywater because I needed the Stonehenge for something in Bywater, and I really want it back because it helps complete the effect of what I'm going for this area. I'll just have to remember and keep in mind that it's going to be there in the future. But yeah, this little spot that's carved away, it's going to be another Stonehenge. So bear with me. What build are you working on today? We're working on our magical woods. It's inspired a lot by just like lots of warm tones and magical feels, probably lots of mushrooms. I also wanted to use a lot of instruments. sort of like fairies or fauns, magical creatures like playing instruments in this area. So it's supposed to be very whimsical and magical, and I think I'm excited about this idea more than I've been with like any other sort of idea as of yet. Like I think this is finally like vibing with what I want in game for this spot. The spot has given me lots of trouble. It's pretty much the final area in Ithaelia that's like still totally work in progress. Like I don't even know exactly how it's gonna turn out. Because a lot of areas in Ithaelia are at least blocked out and I have an idea for how they're gonna turn out, but this one is still kind of a mystery. Ah, Bellbop, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm gonna investigate some of this land and see where maybe I could like tree glitch some trees. Like this looks like kind of a prime location for a tree glitch tree perhaps. There's already one up there. Araya, thank you for the follow too. How about over here somewhere? It is kind of a woodland themed area or woodland inspired area, so I definitely want there to be lots and lots of trees. But I also want this waterfall to connect with the waterfall up above somehow, I think. So that's something else I gotta tie into the equation. Oh, you still can't sleep, Winter? Ah, looks like Pumpkin's back. Hi, Pumpkin. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get this to connect with the waterfall while also still having like all the trees and stuff that I want. Maybe I'll have to sacrifice that one tree that like I blocked out with the hole right here, because there's gotta be some sort of way for it to tie to this other waterfall. Let's see how it looks to do something like that. Oh yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Especially since you can't see this high up anyways. This is kind of like an area you could only get to with a ladder. Yeah, how about that? It actually looks kind of awkward though. I'm not a big fan. Maybe this should be like a skinny waterfall. Oh, Lenore and Curious with the cat treat and cat cam combo. All right. Thank you for doing that and treating our sweet pumpkin. So let's see what the cat cam is set up like, and I'll go over and adjust it as needed. Give our sweet pumpkin some treats. All right, so she's a little bit in shot, but we can adjust that. Oh, there she is. Hi, sweetie. Oh, she made her little noise. You know that like activation noise that cats make when they go? She did one of those. Want some treats, sweetie? Oh, you're excited. You're like, oh yeah, definitely. I hope you enjoy those. Sweet girl. It's a little too close. Hi, baby. Sweet girl. Oh, thank you again, Lenore and Curious. Pumpkin thanks you. Thanks for all the pumpkin love. I love her so much too. The other day I like woke up from sleeping, like I took like a little nap or something, and like Pumpkin was cuddled with me when I woke up. It was so precious. I didn't even know she was there, of course, because I was sleeping. She's such a cuddle bunny. Oh, darn. Okay, so I want a tree glitch tree up there, and in order to do that, I'm gonna have to get rid of this tree. That bums me out. Ah, MTC, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the cheer and the support. Oh, you like that noise too, Dervinja, the cat activation noise? Yeah, Pumpkin has a very iconic one. She does it all the time. Ooh, dang, I'm full. My character's like, I can't even eat any more apples. Your cat Java perked up his ear to the sound of the treat bag. Oh my gosh, I'm tricking folks' cats in chat. Sorry, Java. And Pumpkin's starting to look up. I bet she'll get back to the treats in a minute, though. She does this. Like, she'll take like a little break for a second, and then she'll go back to him. I know my Pumpkin. I know her. You know, when you live with a cat for so long, like Pumpkin's 16 or 17, you just kind of know their habits. She just kind of like looks out into space for a few seconds, and then she goes back to the treats. Just has to like think about life for a second before she goes back to him. Oh, nice. I look forward to seeing that, Bruschetta. I always love reading people's intros over in Discord. But welcome into it. I hope you enjoy it there. Darn, this kind of sucks. I don't really want to have to do this tree glitch tree again. It's gonna be painful. I'm gonna screenshot what I have in case I end up having to screw things up. Cat chirps? Is that what you call it, Winter? I've never really been sure what to call that noise. It's a little, like, unfortunate. I feel like meows, of course. Everyone knows what you're talking about when you say meow. But as far as that noise cats do where it's like, or whatever, like, it's even hard to imitate. That's another thing. It's hard to imitate that noise. But, like, I don't really know if there's an official name for it. It looks like she might be done. Being a stinker and leaving treats on my bed. I guess she wasn't that hungry. But she definitely enjoyed and ate some of them. Since we also redeemed a cat cam and not just the treats, maybe I'll try to adjust the cam for like how she's positioned right now. It's a little bit low right now for what she's doing. So there we go. We'll just have that up another minute or so. Sweet, majestic Pumpkin in the forest. Oh, and hi Targaryen, welcome in. How's it going today? Are you all done with work? I'm trying to like climb back up here, and I'm having problems because of my shenanigans. Oh, you think it's called a trill? Yeah, I think I might have heard that name around too, but you have to admit, even though it might be called that, I feel like it's not as iconic as the name meow, so not as many people will know what you're talking about when you say trill, but yeah, I love that noise. Oh dang. See, this is what I'm talking about with having to mess things up in order to do the tree glitch. I'm gonna have to mess things up. My cat chirps whenever I sneeze. Oh, really? That's weird. Mine does it like usually when they're like not paying attention to you, but then you pet them all of a sudden. That's one reason why it's called like an activation noise by a lot of folks. Also, they sometimes do it just when they like see you and you walk into a room. That's usually the circumstances I'm familiar with. That's really interesting that yours does it when you sneeze, Jules. I feel like my cats like hate it when I sneeze. Like they look at me like they're offended. Like, what did you do? Why did you make that loud noise? Sneezes can kind of like freak them out. Love so many of these songs. Oh yeah, this one's like a water themed one. I can link this one as well. This one just like auto played. Sometimes YouTube auto plays something and I'm like, ah, I like this. Let's just leave it on. Alright, so that tree glitch is set up. Yay. And we probably have had the cat cam for 1 minute. It's always a shame to say bye to the cat cam. Maybe I'll leave it up just a little while longer before I switch back to me. Namir, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. What sort of tree should I have right here? A teenager, a tall one. I definitely want to probably get it right because this was painful to accomplish. And I don't want to have to do this again. So we have to make our mind about what tree is going there. We have to be decisive. You're having a weird workday, Targaryen. I'm glad you're finally done with it too. I feel that. Oh, I'm glad you love Pumpkin, Mercy. My friend's cat did that too with the sneezing. She knew it was when it was a fake sneeze too and wouldn't do it. Oh, that's funny. I don't even know if I can fake sneeze. I don't have that talent to fake sneeze. Pumpkin looks sleepy and content. Yeah, she really does. She also looks kind of floofy right now. Pumpkin's very much like a short-haired kitty, but she has like this sort of floofy look to her. She's having a good hair day, Pumpkin, today. Havana browns are rare and often bred to be show cats. Java has white on his belly, which is known as ghost markings and seen as undesirable for shows, so people abandon them. We think that's why he was at the rescue group. Oh, that's sad, Lenore. Thank you for helping to give Java a home then. I know I've heard some other things, like maybe black cats are less adoptable too. I guess either because of the superstition or also just because maybe they're not as photogenic, I've heard. But I love black kitties. One of my favorite cats of all time was a black kitty. Oh, thank you, Namir. Glad you love Pumpkin. We stand cypress plants and teenager trees. I know, there's like these tropes that the channel has, and those are definitely some of them. I wonder what I'm thinking. Is it teenager oak tree? Is it fully grown oak tree? Fully grown cedar? Fully grown oak? So many options. I think I'm gonna go for teenager oak first. Oh, she settled down. Oh, but she might. Oh, why is she like raising her leg like that? You see that? What? Oh, oh. Is she gonna bathe? Is she thinking about it? I'm sorry, Pumpkin. She heard me laugh at her. Oh, look at her get all comfy. Pumpkin like does it like an art, man. She gets so comfy, curls up in such a way. She knows the art of getting comfy. Oh, and hi Ravioli, welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're having a nice weekend. Welcome into our decorating stream where we're trying to decorate this little nook here. So what do you all think of the teenager tree? I definitely don't hate it. I feel like this is very momentous and I really need to make a good decision about this. I'm a little tempted to be extra creative and make it like be one stage below a teenager tree. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm feeling a little inspired to do like the stage below. One of my cats likes to climb in the freezer when we open it. Oh, that's crazy. But yeah, cats just get really curious. They get curious about anywhere they're not supposed to be, like closets or just like nooks and crannies. It's sort of in their nature, I think. Your sister has 2 black cats. Aw. This cat looks as she said, "Let me sleep, Mama, please. Turn off the camera." Aw, she does kind of look like she's ready to settle in. I love her. She looks pretty stable right now, so we could, you know, give a few more seconds of it and then move on. Darn, I thought this was gonna be that stage 2 tree. You know, that one that's right below the teenager, but I guess I'll have to grow one of those specifically. Whoa, are you seeing the pop out with my castle? That's kind of trippy. Are you seeing that? Alright, I guess say bye to Pumpkin and we'll switch it back to me. You can still kind of see her in the background back there though. Man, I'm really determined to have that like stage 2 tree now, and I don't know if I have one handy. I'm gonna walk around town real quick just in case I miss something somewhere. I guess I can always just plant another one and time travel forward a few days. I definitely don't really keep those around as much because they're not really as useful. Yeah, maybe I should just go ahead and create one. And thank you for the lurk, Bruschetta. Appreciate you lurking and hanging out. It's already getting like a little bit on the late side. We might have to turn this into like a bit of a speed build because I do want to make progress on this tonight. I think it'll speed up once I'm done with like all these tree shenanigans. The tree glitch can definitely kind of slow you down a little. And let me go get some more saplings. Gotta go walk the dog. Oh, I hope you have a good dog walk, Robin Fee. Just banging on the door of my house. I hope I have a few more in here. I can always go to the store, I guess. Never really sure what I have and what I don't have. I don't have a good like mental knowledge of like all of my different storage items at this point. Got too many towns to keep up with now. Bywater, this town. I've been playing a lot like in my hacked island this week, like working on those simple panels for my mountain that I showed off earlier. So it's actually felt like really, really cozy whenever I can boot up and go back to like Bywater and Ithaelia, like an actual island and not just like a blank slate to do projects on. Because I have been sinking a lot of time and effort into those simple panels in my spare time this week. Oh, what are they singing about? I wonder, should I pause the music real quick and turn on the game audio for a moment? Good old forest life. Are you gonna join in, Nox? I'm just gonna walk by them. Cuties. Egg chairs. You saw the egg chairs in my storage, Mercy. Yeah, those egg chairs have a history to them and a sacrifice to them. I worked hard on crafting all those musical chairs. I wasn't gonna just sell them after I was done with them. I gotta keep those forever. So many water eggs. I was like trying to like bribe other folks into giving me their water eggs so I could have that like musical chairs party. Yeah, this time last year I was prepping for my musical chairs party. Fun times. Can go back to that playlist though. I was vibing with the playlist. I just wanted to see like what they were singing about, which is obviously forest life. So I'm gonna time travel like for 2 more days. Hopefully this is the final time. I just really like the idea of like a low-hanging tree for visual interest. so much of what I might design, like, I want to fall away from cliches, and I know the fully grown trees are so used, and it makes sense, of course, that the fully grown trees are the most used. So I feel like something like a really like low-hanging tree, especially high up on a cliff, where trees might have harder time growing. Like, it just speaks to me. I think it'll look good. So, gotta take the time to grow one. And then I look forward to experimenting with the other items I've got laid out around. Oh, so that was only one day. I need to time travel one more day. Oh, thank you for the mod love, Pikmin. Yeah, this area here today, I've brainstormed like a million different things. Like at one point I thought about turning it into like a cave. Like make cave patterns out of simple panels, and then like putting an arch around the cave patterns to like make it look like the door into a cave. I've tried like a camping ground for this area. I've tried like a cypress forest for this area. Like, I think this is like maybe attempt number 5 for designing this area in general. So hopefully 5th time is the charm. Maybe even like 5 or 6 times. You know, you have that area that just gives you a ton of trouble. Is it just me? Ah, it's raining here today. It's kind of interesting. I don't really see Ithaelia as a rainy sort of town. I wonder how good it will look in the rain. Oh, and hi Uriah, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, Pikmin, you're gonna have like no points soon enough. Alright, Isabel, what's going on today? Nothing? Latest magazine arrived. I feel like magazines are going pretty downhill. I feel like not a lot of people pay attention to magazines anymore. Yeah, I'm glad you get a kick out of it, Pikmin. I'm not gonna lie, I've definitely, like, as a streamer, I've been told off a few times for my channel points kind of sucking in the past. There were definitely some folks that took issue with my lack of channel points options, so I tried to fill them out a bit more, tried to give an option. Ah, Uriah! Thank you! Thank you for gifting a sub, that's really sweet. I feel like I just met you and saw you here for the first time. Thank you so much for gifting a sub and showing that support already. It's really nice to meet you and have you here, and thank you so much for sharing that Forest Fam love with someone else in the community. Turbo Rockets, I hope you enjoyed that gift sub from Uriah. And I'm feeling good. We got our little 2-stage growth tree, I assume. I haven't seen it yet, but I know it's over here. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. What do you all think of this tree growth stage? Do you think it works? Do you think it has its uses? Or are you not a fan? I could see how maybe with like the 2 balls it might look kind of funny and it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but we're gonna try it over here. I used to buy every single magazine that had Justin Bieber on them. Oh, really? Yeah, I grew up with magazines like a 17 magazine, but I just feel like it's one of those things that like social media has really helped to replace. Like, instead of reading interviews with celebrities in magazines, you might just follow said celebrities on social media instead, or instead of getting style tips from a magazine, like you would just go on Instagram or something. I don't know. I feel like it's something social media's kind of replaced a lot. Alright, let's try it. Moment of truth. I'm gonna feel real dumb if it looks bad, but gonna have hope. New on this app? Oh, well, welcome in. Yeah, Twitch is a really cozy place to follow your favorite games, like in the categories, find different communities. This is definitely like an Animal Crossing focused community, which Animal Crossing has a really cozy little corner on Twitch. But there's so much on this platform. All right, moment of truth. Yeah, I think I like that. I think I had a decent reason for wanting to give that a shot. I think like it allows you to see more of the leaves because some of the tree was hidden in that pan-up view. So I'm a fan. I like it. I think we're keeping it. And I think it just adds more visual interest and uniqueness since that tree size isn't used a whole lot. It's something that catches your eye a bit more. And now I'm gonna experiment with maybe a tree behind this tree. Yeah, like maybe one like just off center from it. The only magazine I subscribed to during my teen years was Consumer Reports. Oh, interesting. I feel like I got some of those magazines like long after I unsubscribed from them. Like, we were just desperate to keep having a customer. Okay, let's try that so that this way we can have a tree there. I like that little change we just did. Yeah, sorry for going off on a tangent about magazines, but part of the reason why it's on my mind is occasionally people ask if we have magazines at my place of work at Costco, and we haven't had them ever since like COVID started. I don't know if there was some sort of deal with people touching the magazines too much, and like back in like the early March 2020 days of COVID, it was all about like, all right, we got to get rid of everything you could possibly touch, but they haven't come back. So yeah, I get asked sometimes since I work at the book table, like, where are the magazines? We don't sell them anymore. All right, so let's plant the teenager tree behind. I'm gonna try a teenager cedar and see if that's like a nice contrast to that little oak right there. And the next thing I'm gonna try, if I don't like that, is maybe like a taller sort of oak tree. Hopefully it's a different color. Like if I plant another oak tree, like hopefully it ends up being a different color from the one next to it, but you can never really control that. Ah, what do y'all think? Do you like that? Maybe I should try the oak tree at a good measure, but I feel like I like that. Maybe I shouldn't. I like the contrast. Looks nice and magical. You don't like it, Mercy? Thank you, Invisible Man. But no worries, I appreciate honest feedback. Alright. Oh, you prefer the one oak tree? Yeah, I just like adding different like layers to the pan-up view and stuff, so I'm gonna be tempted to put some form of tree right here, whether it's like tall oak, teenager cedar. I'm definitely gonna probably want to put some sort of tree here. Because I want it to look nice and woodsy, but let's try a tall one, see how the tall one looks. Should get like my pipe action going so I don't have to use all these ladders to climb up and down. Yeah, I don't really mind that either. I feel like what this accomplishes, it just makes everything feel more golden. A lot of what like I want this area to come across, I do want it to feel very golden. That sounds cheesy, but I think that's what those trees are helping to accomplish. What do y'all think of that? Do you like that? I liked the cedar too, though. Now I'm almost tempted to change that other cedar into an oak, but maybe like a little variety is nice. But changing that cedar over there into an oak would help bring more and more of those gold tones into the scene. Oh yeah, and then there's one more tree. Oh yeah, like one more oak, like right here. I think that'll help complete the golden tones. That tree that we had to get rid of down here. Oh, see you later, Araya. Thanks for stopping by and hope to see you next time. Born in the 80s, now I feel old. Oh. Well, I was born in the 90s. It was kind of the early 90s. I do relate to like a lot of the 90s memes that I see around, like the black stretchy chokers. I always wore one of those when I was a kid. Scrunchies. Lisa Frank. I don't know, there's like a lot of 90s memes and stuff that I relate to, even though technically I was not a teenager in the 90s. I was a little kid in the 90s. So where did I have this tree? It's good I took a photo, because man, I knew it would come in handy. Took a photo of what I screwed up. Yeah, so I had a tree like right in front of the bush. Time to start my castle. Gotta order a ton of simple panels and find some good castle patterns. Ah, nice. Good luck. I hope your castle turns out well. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. I love builds like that. Castles and big builds are some of my favorite things in New Horizons. It's almost a little tempting to go from big build to big building, because that's just where a lot of my excitement lies with Animal Crossing New Horizons decorating, but I try to also occasionally see the joy in smaller areas. Like I feel like this area over here is kind of like a smaller little area that we're trying to work on and make look better. I wonder what this song is. I don't recognize it. Oh shoot, I'm gonna be so sad if I did the PIMDAS out of order, and by PIMDAS I mean the order of operations. I really want to do a tree glitch tree over there again. Please let me do it. I'm scared. Oh no. I'm sure we can do it. I'm sure we can figure something out. Okay, so we can get it this far. And all I need is one more space, and then I can do the tree glitch tree. So I wonder if I can just do like a little something something up here. Oh, okay. Maybe that'll let me finish off that corner. Oh, you feel so old, Lenore. Yeah, age is kind of a funny thing to talk about online, because if you try to say, like, oh, I'm starting to feel old, you will have folks that are like, what are you talking about? You're not old. Like, that's definitely happened to me before. Like, I remember one time I was telling someone, like, you know, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. And they were totally like, you are a spring chicken. Like, so, I mean, it's just, the age is a funny thing. Some people consider you young, like, all the way up to, like, your 40s, you know. It's just all I don't know the right word for it. Matter of perspective. You're also early 90s, loved growing up in the 90s. Yeah. I do relate a lot to like the memes, and there was a lot of great music in the 90s. I might not have been like aware of it at the time, but there was like a lot of good music coming around in that time too. Ooh, I like this. I like it, I like it, I like it. I'm excited. Alright. Time to finalize. And time to repair all my mistakes that I just did with my water forming in order to get these tree glitch trees done. Alright, so let's get everything back to normal. Yeah, and that's another thing, you bringing up, like, I thought you looked blank. I mean, you know, you definitely, like, everyone ages differently, and there's no shame in however you age, but it definitely doesn't mean that you suddenly start to look old as soon as you hit, like, 25 or something. I mean, there's definitely, like, sometimes an interesting perception around, like, ages and stuff, too. And welcome in, Cheeseburglar. How are you today? But yeah, I guess we did get caught up in an age discussion, and it's okay because we're keeping it kind of vague, but just try to keep in mind sometimes age discussions aren't the best for Twitch because, there is that policy that you have to be like 13 to be on the platform, and there's also just like, you know, the sharing of personal info and stuff like that. But yeah, we're speaking pretty general terms, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. All right, how did I do this? I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know what's happening. I gotta think about this. You know when you just like make so many changes that like everything's wonky and you gotta like get it back to how it was before? That's where I'm at right now. But I think I got it. I think I figured it out. 85, 93 was peak music for me. Man, I love music, but it's my curse that I continue, like I listen to some of the same music over and over. And some of the music I've discovered lately, like a lot of it through Dark is like, I get obsessed with listening to the Dark soundtrack these days. Like, it makes me feel like I should go out of my way to listen to more new music and try to keep up with the music scene and listen to new stuff on Spotify, because man, that Dark soundtrack is amazing, and I didn't even know about some of those artists like Agnes Obel and anyway, just going on at like a music tangent right now. Just try to listen to more stuff. Pardon me while I'm just like literally trying to figure out like what I have got going on here. I think it's this. I think this is maybe what I have going on. We'll see. Because there needs to be enough room for this waterfall to fork. Now let's do this. Ah, shoot. This just looks nothing like my picture. I'm really sorry, this is probably weird to watch. Like, I'm trying to recreate a photo I have over here. Oh, really, Somtheist? Yeah, some people do have baby faces. I will say, if you're like one of those folks that has like a lot of fat on your face, like it does help you look younger for longer. I actually don't really have that blessing personally. I feel like that's some of my first signs of aging, which, you know, I wear makeup and stuff and I have good lighting for stream, but I feel like some of my face, like around, like under my eyes, has started to have like some hollow areas, like that's some of, like essentially as you get older, fun little thing, you kind of lose like fat volume from your face. So people that have like more round, fat-filled faces, they look younger longer, and my face is actually kind of like skinny. Like, so I do not have that blessing. I'm sure I'll probably look pretty old soon enough if I don't already. But I do have a lot of feelings though about just the sexism of like ageism conversations, so I don't really like to dwell on it, especially like on a platform where I'd like to lead a good example, and it's not all about like your appearance in life or how you age. That's not your value, that's not your worth. We all get old, as Carrie Fisher said. Good looks is due to genetics and youth. Don't hold your breath for either. Like, I know it's something we all value and take care to put effort into, but at the end of the day, there's definitely more joys in life, and it's okay to get old and show signs of aging and all that stuff. All right, I think I figured it out. So here we go. We got our dual waterfalls back, and I successfully recreated the photo. And enjoy your movie, Bashful Turnip. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy your movie. Oh, you're gonna try to make a mountainous area in your island too, Invisible Man? Let me know how it goes. Feel free to share a picture in Discord or something. Oh, Namir, thank you. And have a great day at school tomorrow. And thank you so much for the kind words on my island. Hopefully I'll have this new area almost done to show you the next time you drop by. You love mountain streams, Invisible Man? Yeah, me too. Mountains I used to think were hard to kind of create a feel for in New Horizons, because even though you can create these tiers, they don't really look like a traditional mountain sometimes because of the way you can't create sides that are a true diagonal. But I think if you really like put effort into it and just try to decorate it in the right way, maybe put like lots of rocks along your cliffs, I think you can totally achieve like a mountainous feel. I visited some really cool like mountain inspired islands. Oh, thank you, Sumphiest. Want to be one of those badass grannies? You do it, Winter. Yeah, I agree, Sumphiest. I mean, I have a lot of feelings about just the importance that we place on appearances and stuff. Even though I like to have fun with it and I like to enjoy it in my own way, I also like to just encourage to, you know. Whoa, Alexa just said she was unsure about what I was saying. I don't recall saying her name, but she had some opinions. She was like, I need to get on this conversation. Do y'all ever have like an Alexa that does that to you? Like you're not even talking to her or referring to her at all, but you just suddenly hear her like start talking. Alright, so we have made it to work. I'm so happy. I love these waterfalls. I love the trees up there too. I think before I get into the decorating though, I should probably finish doing like all the terraforming, which means figuring out what's going on over here. Let's connect this waterfall over with this other one. Oh, you need a trash can, Mercy? I don't really have one on hand either, even though they're so helpful with managing flowers. Okay. Yay! Oh no! Not yay! I was like, I'm gonna connect these waterfalls. Nope, you're gonna dig up your waterfall. You're gonna deplete it. And thank you so much for that follow. Welcome in. Oh, that sounds unusual, Robin. I don't know about it going off when I'm sleeping, but sometimes it just hears its name when you did not say its name. I actually use my Alexa a lot for alarms. I set about like 5 alarms on my Alexa every morning because I've gotten burned quite a few times, like with my 5 a.m. shifts, turning off the alarm and doing a snooze. I've definitely like had some issues with it. All right, is this good? Do we like this? Should I do a little check down below? Oh, you had to turn your Siri off, Winter? You know what bugs me? I hate when my phone like starts to boot up that thing. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I do not use my phone for any sort of like Alexa equivalent. So whenever like my phone starts to turn on Bixby, like that, I don't know if y'all have Android, but I think that's the Bixby one. I'm like, no, I did not summon you. Go away. Oh, thank you, Sumphiest. Oh, I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much for the kind words. You're so sweet. Oh, I really appreciate it. I do have fun with it because, hey, I have these items in my closet and my real like day job is very, very casual and have to get up at those really early hours, so it's nice to have like a casual job and a job where I could have fun with fashion like this while also just having fun with decorating and stuff. Maybe tie the two together, look like someone that could live on my island. It's very, very fun and whimsical for me. Ah, I wonder if I like that, because that way you can kind of see the path as you're walking through and you kind of see that tree loom above you. I'm actually not sure if I like that tree looming above you. I guess it looks a little 3D and I guess there's not a big issue with it. I do feel like it's pretty prominent at certain angles when you're walking through here. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it. I guess the most important angle though, like I consider this a very important angle and the castle an important angle, and it's not like any trees are blocking that angle. Just sort of passes by as you're walking from the tavern to the castle. There's actually a few areas of my island where I think I use that tree thing to good effect. I really like when you're walking down here and you see those trees like in your foreground. So I think I used that to good effect in a few areas, but it was a little bit unintentional over there. Stand self-love and positivity. Ah, yeah, I definitely agree. I really support those values and encourage you all to support that within yourselves, and no matter if you meet like what you're bombarded with like from society, just love yourself and enjoy being you, because you're unique and you're you and you have your own thing to offer to the world. You don't have to conform or feel like you have to meet society's need. How do I become a villager on the Discord? Oh, we assign that role to you. I can definitely do it after stream, Invisible Man. The quickest way to do it that kind of alerts mods and me to pay attention like right away, since we don't have a bot that like notifies us when people join. I should probably do a bot like that, honestly. But like if you write an intro, like just write a little short thing about yourself, then we'll definitely see that really quickly and give you a role. Alright, so now we can get to the fun stuff. We can like maybe plant some bushes and items. And I'm feeling excited about this stage, so maybe I'll empty my pockets preemptively just as a alright, let's do it sort of thing. Let's empty those pockets. Part of me also wants to time travel back to my favorite date, because I don't like when Ithaelia starts to get like the red trees as much. I prefer like the golden trees, but whatever, we'll stay on this date. We've time traveled enough. I hate Bixby. There's a button I constantly accidentally push. Yeah, me too. It's usually like when I'm trying to take a screenshot or something, which I do a fair amount. Like I take screenshots of various things. Need to work on being nicer to myself and less hard on myself. Yeah, it's hard to always practice what you preach, even though you might have certain ideals for how others and people in general should be treated. Sometimes we can be our own worst critics and not follow our own advice when it comes to ourselves. I will say, I think in a weird way, I think it might get better when you get older. I think I used to be a lot harder on myself when I was like a younger person. And now that I'm a little older, I think I've reached a point of self-acceptance that I feel like a lot more comfortable with. That's why sometimes when I've had like trolls come into stream and they like start like the "you're ugly, you're fat" stuff, it might kind of rattle me and get me out of my cozy vibes, but I just find it so arrogant of them to think that they can change how I feel about myself or that they think that I care what they think. Like, dude, I'm probably way older than you. I literally do not care. Like, so I think sometimes age can give you more self-acceptance and comfort over things. Alright, so we sold a few things in our pockets. Let's go and get some of this other furniture. I love how you're wearing your Renaissance dress, Tipper. You rock it. Can I have one? I love that dress. I want that in real life. Oh my gosh, the biggest mood ever. This day seems so short and my to-do list seems so long. Mood, Tipper, mood. What do you have to do though? You're a cute little cow living in my Animal Crossing town. I don't ever see you doing anything, Tipper. What's on your to-do list? Oh man, I don't even really know where to start. This can be one overwhelming aspect of building a new area. It's like you've got all these items that you could use, but which ones do you like zero in on first? Interesting. But yeah, this can take a lot of trial and error, so... Oh shoot, I knew that was gonna happen. Oh! Whoever thought not being able to clean up flowers isn't smart. True. Well, that would definitely be a nice capability, wouldn't it? Gets in the way of like 4th tier shenanigans too. Like if you ever want to delete what you have on a 4th tier without actually glitching up there. I mean, you can't just clean up your way out of that situation. Alright, maybe I'll drop some of the things I'm not currently using. Grandma definitely doesn't care. Yeah, I think there's an element of that. Get old, you just don't care anymore. Oh my gosh, Lenore. Love that Lord of the Rings reference there. Are you a Lord of the Rings fan, Lenore? Because I didn't really realize that, but I feel like you just totally made like a Gandalf reference. You have no power here. Alright, where should I start? I feel like maybe I should start over on this side, because this side over here should indeed be like very rocky. Because it's kind of tied to that other like rocky section, so need to start by filling in this area with rocks. I don't know why I can't hop over there. Like, I'm gonna try that again. You see this? Let me hop. Why isn't it letting me hop? Hello? Ugh. Alright, I guess I'll try from the other side. It should let you hop as long as it's not over 3 spaces. So we'll try from this side, maybe. There we go. Okay. Got it. Oh, thank you, Winter. And hi, Claire. How's it going today? Welcome in. I hope you're having a nice weekend. We're decorating kind of a foresty magical section of the town today. Oh no, I don't have like what I wanted. I wanted like the garden rock. Ah, so now you'll let me hop over here. Yeah, I think that one's like a little too tall for that spot, perhaps. I was thinking of doing the garden rock instead. I aspire to be a grandma version of Sophie from Howl's Moving Castle. Oh, I love that heart. I really like Sophie too. I like her attitude. She's really sweet. Her like positivity in spite of the situation. Yeah, it is really inspiring. Maybe I can grab one of these too. Who knows if that could look good over there. Oh, my dad read it to me and my brother when we were young, and he's a huge fan, so I grew up around it. So I know the story and references, and it is a gorgeous story. Wouldn't call myself a super fan, but I like it and have fond childhood memories of it. Ah, cool. That's really interesting that you kind of like grew up around it. Yeah, my Lord of the Rings story was, I don't think it was like ever formally introduced to me, but in fact, like I was a pretty young kid. I was like in elementary school, and I think my family was like watching one of the movies like on the TV, and it was like this pre-widescreen TV, like one of those like really old ones that's like just like a little square with like the rounded, like I mean I think this was a while back before like the big like TV craze of everything becoming widescreen. Could be wrong though, maybe I'm just you know how memories can be fuzzy sometimes, but yeah, I saw them watching it, Fellowship of the Ring, like in the family room, and I got like really sucked into it, and like I think I even read like all the books right away, like after I saw that movie, and that was kind of advanced reading, I think, for like an elementary school person. I remember taking some pride in that, like in my reading level, reading Lord of the Rings in like 3rd grade. But yeah, I mean, it's not the hardest book in the world. So I hope that rock will look okay. It looks a little bit silly right now, but I think with the weed in front of it, it'll look better. Trying to figure out what else I could put over here. Maybe like a bush? Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're going well, Claire. I really hope we get a Zelda 35th anniversary collab with Animal Crossing. Just imagine the amount of forest and fantasy core items we could get. Yeah, I'd love that too. I honestly would probably bet on it. I think we can expect that, don't you? Because they gave us the Sanrio villagers back, and they could totally give us back like Epona and all those old Zelda villagers too. Let's drop like the pot in front of that bush, and I just finally found the pot as I was about to give up on it being in my pockets. Alright, pot. So I guess I just liked the idea of it adding to the fantasy vibes, but it might end up looking cluttered. But yeah, I'm open to the pot. I think I want like the black pot instead though. And let's see if it looks good from over here. I don't know how I feel about it actually. I feel like this area doesn't have a whole lot of shrubbery, so that shrubbery just looks a little bit off, perhaps. Sophie emote. Oh, is it? Ah, that's really sweet. I love that that's an emote on Twitch. I love Sophie. Sophie's positivity and the way she falls in love with herself, not giving a damn about what anyone thinks, makes it one of my favorite Ghibli films. I can watch it again and again. Yeah, I definitely think Sophie's the one you're supposed to admire in that film, almost even more so than Hal. Sophie, I think, inspires Hal to be like a better person. And it's a really beautiful story and a very unique story as well. I know it came from a book though. I've been meaning to kind of get that book on Audible. I wonder what the differences between them are. Ghibli, for the most part, comes up with their own plots, right? Like, I know Disney. Disney's famous. Like, they just straight up take their stuff from everywhere. Like, a lot of their stories that their plots are based off of are like really classic fairy tales that have existed for ages and ages. Like, I'm gonna say Hans Andersen. I don't know all the fairy tale authors by heart. Oh, that's nice, Pika. Giving your favorite villager a gift. Audible, I can't listen to audiobooks for the life of me. It goes one ear and out the other. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of struggle with that sometimes too, Mercy. I think sometimes Audible works best if you've already read the book, which is sad, especially if you're trying to multitask. But what it can be good for is if it's like a really, really low concentration related activity, like something you can autopilot, like taking a walk or riding like in your car, like if you listen to an audiobook instead of music in your car. But I've tried to, you know, like listen to audiobooks like when I do pattern designing sometimes, like, because pattern designing can be pretty tedious work and sometimes you do want something on in the background, but sometimes I find music works better than audiobooks with pattern designing because like it can definitely go in one ear and out the other. Just because I think it requires concentration to listen to a book. And if your concentration is paid to, like with whatever else you're doing, it's hard. Alright, so let's try that maybe. I don't know. Oh, shoot. Made it hard for me to be able to get down. I hate this. Come on, game. I just want to get down. I might have to like re-waterform some of this stuff a slightly different way just so I can like get down easily. You know that feel? Oh, god dang. Alright, Rossetti, I need you. Hans wrote The Little Mermaid. Oh, thank you, Turbo Rockets. I had trouble remembering some of those old fairy tale authors. I've actually somewhat like sunk into somewhat of a rabbit hole like on Pinterest of looking at old fairy tale illustrations. Like, that's some of my favorite art ever. Y'all should look up some of the old like classic fairy tale illustrators that wrote that like illustrated things like the Hans Andersen and whatnot. There's some really, really cool stuff out there. Maybe it's just me. I'm really attracted to just that aesthetic and that style of art. Oh, and hi EW Network. Welcome in. Hope you're having a nice Saturday. Brothers Grimm, yeah, that's the other really big one. Some of the original variants of the tales are actually scary. Yeah, in general, some of the fairy tales do seem more dark. I feel like because they were from an older society, and since a lot of those tales are supposed to be sort of like cautionary tales in a way, like that's why they end up giving off that sort of vibe, because they're meant to kind of scare you into not acting in certain ways. Some of the messages and some of the like cautionary tales of those stories seem like really weird though. Like, what's the cautionary tale of like the Little Mermaid? Like, don't sing to Ursula or whatever. Like, I'm not really sure what the application is, but yeah, a lot of them are supposed to like be cautionary and teach you something, I think. So I wonder if this is another good spot for like a tall garden rock on the other side of the river. I do really like the tall garden rock. I worry about overusing it in this area though. I'm already using it a few different spots. Do you think that's too much tall garden rock in one spot? Or do you think that I flipped it enough? I kind of like it though. Looks nice over here, I think. Yeah, I might be a fan. I'm just trying to like go into the tank a little and assess all this, see if I like it, and I think I do. Brothers Grimm creeps me out, especially the Snow White version. Oh yeah, I haven't even read some of those. I admit, stuff like that doesn't exactly excite me a whole ton. I'd rather read like a more modern like novel or something. Like I bought like a book of folk tales that was illustrated by Ithaelia, and I really like the idea of it because they're folk tales, they're illustrated by my favorite artist, but like I tried to read one of them and I just like I wasn't really impressed by it. I guess if I'm gonna show this off, maybe I should go to just chatting, but yeah, she's the artist that did my tapestry back there, and you can kind of see some of the pieces in here. Like they're really cool pieces and artwork. But I guess folk tales and fairy tales, that sort of old-fashioned, like we wrote these a long time ago to be like cautionary tales or whatever, it's just not really my thing. Oh, here's another cool one. Isn't she like the best artist ever? Sorry for nudging my microphone. Yeah, I think that was the Mario 64 underwater music, Mercy. It's really iconic. I've really heard it quite a bit on these like calming playlists. Oh, I'm glad you like the music, Jules. Alright, where am I gonna put this Forsythia plant? I know I gotta use this somewhere now. Also, I am looking at that black lily, and I'm a little uncertain on whether I like it. I'm gonna look at my Pinterest board real quick, because my Pinterest board is like my guiding light for what I'm going for. I guess there's enough browns in some of the stuff I'm looking at in my Pinterest board. I think I can get away with it. Oh my gosh, turbo rockets. It took me a second to get what you were referring to. I was rambling about like what is the moral of the story for the Little Mermaid anyways, and you're like, don't fall in love with someone out of your league, probably. I think the lesson of Little Mermaid is the grass is always greener on the other side, like the lyrics of Under the Sea. Oh, okay, yeah, I definitely see that. I'm not always the best. I'm like too like far away from like English class at this point. I'm not always the best at catching on to that stuff, especially if it's not a media that I'm very passionate about. Like some of those fairy tale stuffs, yeah, I was just rambling. I'm not very passionate about it. Alright, we need some hedges. I don't know how I managed to get this far in the build without like a hedge collection in my pockets, but yeah, I think I want to try the Forsythia plant here, And then maybe put some sort of bush. Oh, darn. Yeah, this area is really hard to navigate. I need to like put a pipe somewhere. You're trying to buy one of those tapestries from Olithinal for your room? Oh, nice, Mercy. Let me know which one you get. That would be really cool for me to see someone else also with an Olithinal tapestry. Since we've been talking about her for a few minutes, I'm gonna do that command. Oh, really, Winter? Yeah, I think I found them on social media. And then, like, once I found them on social media, I was like, wow, I've seen their, like, Lord of the Rings illustrations around. They have some pretty famous, like, Lord of the Rings illustrations that pop up a lot, like, when you search for Lord of the Rings art. Oh my gosh, Jules, that does sound terrifying. Alright, let's see how the Forsythia plant looks, and then we'll have to figure out how to cover up that pot, because that pot is not gonna vibe, but I do think I like the Forsythia there. Just need to get it without the pot. So I'm thinking we could either do that with something like a log stool, maybe? That might be too bulky though. We should probably just go with like a bush. Oh, it's nice to hang out in Ithaelia. I think there is like a charm to the island, even if it's not the fanciest island ever. I like the golden feel to it all. I think it's a nice island. Oh, you think a rock, Mercy? Yeah, I could see that too. Especially to tie into some of the other rocks elsewhere. We gotta start working these instruments in somehow too. Definitely wanted some instruments in this area. Oh yeah, so I came over here for hedges. Here they are. I don't know, this song I'm not really feeling as much. Do y'all recognize this one? Ah, this is from Pikmin. I'm nervous now if Pikmin is still in chat. I just diss this song. I've never played a Pikmin game. I don't really know what it's like. Pretty much my only reference for Pikmin. So I did play a lot of Smash Brothers growing up, so even if I haven't played some of the games, like I know who like Captain Falcon and the Ice Climbers are, and Pikmin, just because they're like players in Smash Bros. Okay, so I'm excited. This area really is starting to give me hope and start to mean something for me. Like I really like that I'm finally getting somewhere with it. Having like art blocks and having issues with areas can eventually resolve itself and pay off if you just give yourself enough time to try different things and figure out what you want. Just for navigation's sake, I guess I'll add this stuff back in later. I really just truly can't navigate this area at all. I don't know how you all do it. How do you all do it if you have like an area like this that keeps getting like really cramped? That you like you can't even navigate it just because of the nature of your terraforming. Like how do you all deal with this stuff? Or do you not deal with, do you just landscape in a different way where you don't run into this sort of thing? Alright, so I'll try a bush first, but the Forsythia plant does have a pretty significant pot. So if this doesn't hide the pot super well, then I'll switch to a hedge. The hedge is a little taller. You bought a lot of the Forsythia plants too, Turbo Rockets? Are they like officially available now? I think they were time locked for a little while, like you couldn't get them because they had them time locked to April. Yeah, I think you can finally get them for real now. Alright, so there's the bush in front. I wonder if I should just go with that. Just add some more like foliage to the scene. Maybe I could experiment with something else though, or wander around to see if I find something else that speaks to me. Because I certainly dropped my fair share of items. Yeah, I guess none of these are looking like pot hiding items to me. There's like a genre of like pot hiding items, and yeah, none of these are really ringing the bell, except for the rock idea that Mercy had. I feel like a rock might also look nice, perhaps. Maybe I should try like a garden rock real quick. Sent me 2 more plants? Really, Mercy? Oh, you didn't have to do that. I really appreciate it though. I don't really know where the rest of my garden rocks are unless they're in my storage. I thought I brought more out. But I'll have to head back to my house to get some more garden rocks anyway. Run into the same problem. Yeah, some people, they tell me like I've never had to use Rossetti's rescue service, and it kind of blows my mind a little because it genuinely does have uses in situations like that where you've terraformed a tight area and you're gonna fill that area with decor. It's basically like aesthetic cliffs that you're not meant to walk around on, so your goal is to like terraform something and fill every space. Like I run into that all the time, and then people tell me I've never had to use Rossetti's service, and I'm like, what? How? Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe there's like ways around that like I'm just not getting. Alright, so how am I gonna... What did I come over here for? Oh yes, rocks. Rocks. We could try these like stone stools in a few places too, or maybe the mushroom. Yeah, what about some mushrooms? No. Do not need this right now. Anything else I need while I'm here? I guess I'll go and check my mail real quick. Love using Rossetti Rescue. Yeah, I just wish it was like a little quicker. You kind of have to go through like some button pressing to get through that screen. I wish it was like a little speedier, but I'm just greedy. Oh, thank you so much for the Forsythia's Mercy. My pockets are full at the moment, but I'll definitely go grab them, and I think I probably will use them around a fair amount in Ithaelia, so I'll definitely put them into use. The Forsythia wasn't around back when I like made the fairy she, for instance. Like, look at all the golden foliage around the fairy she, and how the Forsythia plant might be like the perfect little item to have like behind the throne even. Like, I think there's definitely potential. It's one of those annoying things where it's like, oh great, you gave me this wonderful item, but now I gotta like rethink all my previous landscaping. I feel like the turkey stands did that too with a lot of folks, like everyone with the elegant core islands that are now like, oh, now I have to use the turkey stands everywhere. So thank you so much for those. Oh yeah, and I forgot to answer about the rocks in the circle thing. It looks like Lee kind of helped out a little with that, but yeah, there's a few different methods. Basically, the rocks won't spawn near certain conditions, like if too much near like other furniture or weeds even. I've seen some people cover their whole island in weeds just to get like a rock garden, and that seems like a lot of work. I can't relate to that method. But a lot of people do mannequins, because the cool thing about mannequins is when you display them like on the ground, there's a way that you can like pick them all up at once, and it's by like overriding the pattern. Like say I display this pattern and then I put it everywhere, all over town to get my rock garden. Everywhere that this is not, that's where rocks can spawn, and that's how you can guide your rocks. And then when you're all done, what you can do is just sort of like drag a pattern over, and like it erases, it pulls all of them up. So it sort of does your cleanup for you, because that's an annoying part of a rock garden, is like all the cleanup. So yeah. Oh my gosh, my pockets. I know someone might be tempted to use the organize your pockets redemption, but I always have a tough time when I'm actually decorating though, because like I genuinely like want this stuff in my pockets, like I want to use it. I guess I just get a little too happy and want to like pick up too much stuff, but like I want to use this stuff. Leveled my town and redid part of it, but I don't know what else to do. Oh, well, don't rush yourself. Don't have to do it all in one day or anything. It sounds like sounds like very relatable, like what I've been in. Leveled my island and then did part of it, and sometimes you just gotta wait for inspiration to hit. Feel free to think about like what you want your like town theme to be and what sort of areas like fit that town theme, and I'm sure you'll think of something. But yeah, it's not a race. Feel free to take your time. For my rock garden, I had a bunch of Waluigi symbol patterns on the ground for a while. Oh, okay. The mannequins also cover 9 places around it, so in theory you don't have to place as many down. Oh yeah, I went crazy with my mannequins. You couldn't even walk around. My town was having trouble loading. I mean, my rock garden was a whole ordeal. Oh god, I have bad memories of my rock garden. It was not fun. I hated it. It ends up looking nice though, and you can definitely be more competent with it than I was. I was, you know, I was doing it for the first time and was not very competent. Ah, that's definitely really interesting. I don't know what I think about it. It's like I put like a little stool in the form of a stone stool, and it's almost like a layered tree. Like there's the part that has the lights on it, and then there's the forsythia behind it. Do I like it, or is that just weird? There's also the element too of how it looks at other angles. Yeah, you can kind of see the pot from this angle. Darn. But do I care enough about that angle to have that guide my decision? Oh, and hi Fox with the Waluigi. Those do sound like the ingredients for a castle, Mercy. Sounds like you got it on lock. I've definitely seen a lot of those sorts of builds, and they're kind of interesting to me, like the castle builds, because there's so many different constructions of them, but they really do feel like everyone uses the same things for them, like the organs, the simple panels with oftentimes the same patterns. Like I think there's like this one famous pattern that a lot of people use for their elegant core White Castle their White Castle builds. All right, do I want the harp there? How about a harp next to like a mushroom stool? Yeah, like something like that. Oh, that's not what I want. I want the one that looks like a log. Oh, shoot. Oh, and hi Lee. Thank you for the pockets redemption. I sort of spoke that aloud that I almost like hoped no one would use it in that moment, because I don't really know what to do when it's redeemed while I'm actively decorating, because like I don't want to drop every single thing in my pockets because I'm using some of it, you know? So, yeah, I know I'm having pocket trouble, but I feel like I'm not gonna empty it all. And I can give you back your points if you want. Something tells me you probably don't care too much. Alright, let me test it over here with the log stool over here. Had to do your rock garden twice since you later wanted to move it. Don't recommend that. Yeah, oof. Definitely feel that. Alright, well that's too bulky. Gotta do something else right there. Oh, thank you, Rasai. I appreciate it. Harpcore, indeed. We have like a BTTV emote now, expressing the harpcore. Let me see if I remember how to... Yeah, there it is. Basically looks like this harp right here, too. I don't know if that's the place where I want the harp, though. It might be better somewhere else. Like, it might look really nice, like, in between the two waterfalls down here. Thank you for the additional harp hype, Fox. And hi, Drewby. Oh, I hope you're doing amazing, too. Welcome in, Drewby. How's it going today? This is definitely going to be, like, a tough area to try to piece together. I feel like, furniture arranging isn't really my strong point in decorating, but I can actually usually get somewhere nice eventually. It just takes me like a lot of time. I wonder if it's something you almost have to like practice and get better at. That would probably make sense, like all things. Oh yeah, I definitely want to use some of these flowers and stuff. My pockets are gonna get full again though. Measure its harptoptenus. Oh man, bringing back math memories here. Well, I guess I'm gonna drop some of my flowers too because just kind of getting in the way. This is sort of the inventory management I like to do when I'm decorating. I don't like to drop everything because then I just have to go and pick it up again. Just like to pick up and drop as I go because I do want the stuff usually to be in my pockets. Oh, nice, Drewby. Glad you're getting some relaxing time in, and thank you so much for being here. It's kind of a challenging area. I'm having some trouble with it, but I'm also excited about it at the same time. I was thinking this tan harp might be an interesting touch. Either that or maybe even the brown harp. I feel like the brown harp is really nice and might go with like all the dark browns and oranges of the area. Do I have one of those? Because there's only one way to find out, and I can always order another one. I need the brown harp. Furniture placement is a challenge. Yeah, definitely, Miss Ella. I've definitely done some stuff I'm proud of with furniture arranging, and I have to say and admit, I feel like sometimes I do it better off stream, or maybe off stream I just like fiddle for hours and eventually come to something I'm happy with, so yeah, it can get really fiddly. No, do I not have a dark brown harp? Yeah, there's this really lovely, like, dark brown harp that I think is a total mood. I'm gonna order one real quick. Probably don't have enough money, though. Who wants to bet I don't have enough money? That is correct. Yeah, this is the color I'm talking about, though. I think that'll look nice for the spot. Oh, you like the tan better, Fox? I feel like the tan looks so light to compared to everything I have so far, but kind of depends on how the area comes together. one complaint for my island. Resident service is one space from centered. Oh yeah, I've seen that island too, Mercy. I feel like if you have something like that, you almost have to, I don't know, like terraform in front of your town hall, like just make it so it's not connected to your airport anymore, unless you really want to do an entrance like that, because the one space off will be distracting for any sort of symmetry that you try to achieve. So I would maybe even just try to not connect your in a straight line. You should, like, I see a lot of people when their town hall doesn't line up with their airport, like they just do some diagonal winding terraforming and it ends up looking fabulous. I've seen some like really fabulous islands where like on paper you wouldn't go like, oh, that's a great town hall placement. Like it can look really, really good. Alright, so this should be enough for a harp. And thank you for that follow, by the way. Oh, thank you, Drewby. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Glad you like Ithaelia. I haven't seen your island in a while. I wonder how your island's coming along myself. I think you're a really good decorator too. I think the work that I've done today, like I know the sort of feel I want. I want it to be very whimsical and I want it to have some musical instruments and feel like a little bit fairycore, but I'm having trouble getting all the furniture places where I need to be, but I think we'll get there one day. I think it'll look nice eventually. So let's time travel, because I need this harp. Need it bad. Made it work, but might redo it. Yeah, I'm sure you probably did. Ah, thank you, Marcella. I realized I sounded probably really dismissive right then, like, I'm sure you probably did. I just mean that I don't doubt it. I've seen what you've been posting in Discord. You've been posting some really nice shots of like your entrance experimentation and stuff, Mercy, so I'm sure it's beautiful. Oh, look at Chevra. So the good thing about time traveling, we can kind of set it to maybe a little bit earlier in the day again. I think sometimes when it starts to get too late out, it's hard to see what you're doing. I'm surprised there's so many different like rainy or watery themed musics and soundtracks. Like, this is a playlist on YouTube about like water themed Nintendo music. There's like enough of this sort of thing for like a whole hour's worth. Whenever I think of like water music, I think of like the water tune that would play like in Mario. Let me see if I can find it just for fun. Like Mario World water level. We can turn back the playlist on when I'm done finding this, but yeah! I can see it now. My character's falling into the water. There's cheeps to dodge, and I hope that I have my fire flowers so I can bop them. Alright, we're gonna listen to this for a minute. I love Super Mario World. I like want to play it right now. Making me nostalgic. Do you think you'll want to put patterns down at a later time or not really? I was thinking a little bit about that before stream. Now that the pattern slots have been expanded, I might want to try to gather some of the sorts of aesthetic pattern designs people put out there, particularly the ones that like look like leaves. Like, you know those patterns you see around like foresty islands that like have the leaves on the ground? Rather than feeling like I have to make every single pattern myself, I'll probably try to find some other nice ones already out there in the community like that to sort of just be adornments to various areas and spots. But yeah, I guess I'm focused more on puzzle piecing it together right now rather than the patterns underneath, because just looking for the big picture rather than the little details right now. Oh, Oh man, I forgot to go to my mailbox. The whole point of this. Super Mario World is one of my all-time faves. This music is such a vibe. Yeah, I didn't hear this song in there. Where's the Super Mario World in that playlist? Not chill enough for the aesthetic playlist. And then there's the cave music too. Da 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 da. Now I want to play that one too. Trying to make a trash pond, but nothing is spawning in it. Oh. I heard one person say that they made a trash pond and it didn't start working until they like exited a building and came back out, or like saved and quit. Like you have to kind of like give the trash pond time to activate. Either that, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's possible the trash pond isn't a thing anymore. I remember reading about the trash pond like really early on. Like that was some vintage ACNH content, was when I learned about the trash pond way back when. For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, apparently there's a certain way you can like terraform a pond and a waterfall to where it'll always spawn trash, which comes in handy if you use like a lot of trash DIYs. Ah, there we go. It's the dark brown harp. I want a harp in this area so bad. I'm not really sure like where exactly I should put it though. Like, is that the spot for it? I want one so bad. Mario Sunshine holds a special place in your heart, Mercy. I admit, I never vibed with the 3D Marios quite as much. Alright, well we auto-played into some Legend of Zelda jazz covers. How about not, even though that sounds interesting, I want to play the Mario World cave song. Just having a little nostalgia kick right now, don't mind me. Wait, where's the da-da-da-da-da-da? Ah, this isn't the right one. I recognize this one too, though. What's the one called that does the da-da-da-da-da-da? Da-da-da-da. Whatever. Maybe it'll come to me. Oh, cool. Nice sim. I kind of wish I saved more of them. I don't really know where to find them, but I'll probably search later for like aesthetic leaf design and see if I can find it around. So I think what the harp might need some framing. And by framing, I mean it like probably needs some stuff behind it to like look more nestled and cozy. So maybe like a cypress plant hedge combo will look nice with the harp in front. Or maybe like just a mush lamp behind the harp. Anyway, I think I need to like frame the harp for it to look better. What about the penguin, like the ice world? Yeah, I mean, that's not one of the ones I'm most nostalgic about. I really wanted the cave theme that goes da 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 da. I don't know what it's called. Keeps being this one. I don't know. Maybe it's not from Super Mario World. Is it from like Super Mario Original? Where it has the da 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 da. Oh, is this it? Yeah. This is like all like bit heavy though. I would like something a little bit more higher quality. This is like really vintage sounding. This is what I was looking for though. Alright, so how do we feel about that harp? I like this a little more. I think I'm in the right direction. I don't really like the green cypress plant back there though. Oh, and hi Gifted Tree, welcome in. Sorry sorry if you came in at a weird time where I was having an existential crisis over trying to find this Mario Underground song. I'm being a little silly tonight. Ah, Super Mario Bros. On the NES. Oh, okay. It wasn't in Super Mario World 2? They didn't reuse that classic in Super Mario World? They should have brought it back in like every game. It's iconic. It's legendary. They brought it back eventually though, right? I've seen some like higher res versions of this song, like Super Mario World for the Wii and the Wii U, stuff like that. They've brought it back, right? I think this was like basically my first Mario game though. I played this back in the Game Boy. Like I didn't play it on the NES. It was like ported to the Game Boy, I think. Wow, I'm so emo about my pocket space. I don't seem to be using the trees a lot right now. I think I'm gonna drop the trees as like a way to try to combat this issue. One time someone was talking to me and kept saying Mario Bros, and it took me forever to understand what she was talking about. I've always said Mario Bro. Oh, I read your chat wrong, Marcella. I know what you mean. They did remix it for later Mario games. Any other like Mario songs you wanna me to go back to? Taking Mario requests. Mercy said something about a Mario Penguin song. I don't even really know what that is. What is this? Is it this thing? Oh, okay, I remember this one. I did play Mario 64. I didn't really like it though. I could never finish it. The Mario 3D games just weren't my thing. I should have maybe given Mario Galaxy a chance though. I've heard good things about Mario Galaxy. Oh, Mario All-Stars. Remixed version? Gasry, well, I thought that there was a more HD version of it. Like, I guess that's what I want. I didn't really want to listen to the, like, 8-bit music or 16-bit music or whatever you call it. Would have preferred higher quality. Do y'all hear the watch? Frickin' watch. Dang, it's already midnight? Like, why am I here? Why are we all here? It's midnight and we're trying to decorate a fairy core area together, listening to Mario music. Whatever. We're rolling with it. Cursed watch, indeed. Does kind of irritate me sometimes, not gonna lie. It goes off every night. Maybe I should work a gold rose, like with the harp. Maybe that'll bring out like the harp's tones and look kind of magical. Do I have any gold roses? Oh, 8-bit is your jam? Oh, thank you, Drewby. Oh, I appreciate it. True Forest fam love, vibing together at midnight to Mario music and trying and failing at this build here and accidentally sitting down on stuff as we're looking for gold roses. This is the life. Love your late streams. Oh, thank you, Jules. Saturday is definitely one of the days that can sometimes make sense because I get so worn down from the work week that I need a nap on Saturdays, and then I'm off the next day on Sunday, so it's kind of like my Friday, you know? Okay, well that ended up very abruptly. I hope you all enjoyed that. Otto's played a happy Nintendo music playlist if you want to like party tonight. So I guess if I want gold roses, that's what I've been wandering around for. I could just steal them. I have a few elsewhere. I'll have to remember to like put them back later. Yeah, I mean, I could steal them from over here. Put it back later. Oh, thank you all for the Forest Fam love. I really appreciate it. Wow, 5 a.m. for you, Winter? Holy cow. Hope you get that sleep that you've been having trouble with. The music ending abruptly was so funny. I know, no fade out or anything, just... Alright, Gold Rose, will you vibe? Maybe like in front of the harp it would look better. Maybe it should be like hedge, harp, Gold Rose. Boom, shabam. What's Sterling doing back there? Is he working out? Oh, it's just 9 p.m. for you, Masala? Are you kidding? It's 9 p.m. for you, Masala? What are time zones? What is life? What is anything? Oh, I love you all. I'm glad you get to kick out of the shenanigans. Did you all prefer the calming playlist though? I mean, feel free to be honest and let me know if you want me to go back to this. I don't even know what this is. Coconut Mall? Mario Kart Wii? I don't know, not ringing any bells. I'm not a Mario Kart fanatic. I'm a Mario Kart casual. Oh, and hi Kimmel, welcome in. How are you today? Great to see you. I hope you get to see some of my Mount Rainier build that I'll get to at some point in the future, since I know you're from that area. Oh, thank God I have the pocket space to pick this up. Oh, thank you, Drewby. Thanks for clipping that. Our silliness. I know what I want to do here, but I don't really have the room for it in a weird way. I guess I'll try a mush log. I was about to say I want a cypress plant bush combo back here, but I don't really have 2 spaces in order to do that. So I guess let's try this, see how well this vibes. Oh shoot. Yay, we made it. Y'all are so funny. Your reactions to these songs is hilarious. Oh really, Leah? How so? 2 p.m. on Bunny Day here, having a lazy afternoon, and I love it. Aw, that does sound like such a mood, Simi. What sort of shenanigans are you getting up to this Bunny Day? Are you checking up on Animal Crossing at all, or having an IRL Bunny Day? So I need to put something on that mush stool, and I'm also curious, should I make it a white mush stool? Because you know how the white one has like the white mushrooms? You know, not that the white one would have any other color mushrooms, but you know, it's midnight, we're kind of just babbling and not making any sense. But yeah, do y'all think the white mush stool would look better? Sterling is us right now. Sterling is us struggling with this area. We're trying. We're failing. We'll get there though. We need to be determined like Sterling. Midnight is overtaking you, Bruschetta. Oh, good nights. Yeah, I hope to catch you in Discord too. I look forward to seeing you there. And oh, look at the Able Sisters. BRB, will I cry? I saw this on the playlist when I clicked on it. Like I took a glance and I saw Able Sisters and I was like, yay! I don't know. There's something about that like city folk mix to this Able song that makes me happy. Ah, okay, so this is how it would look if we... Or we could do yellow. I don't know, what would look better in this spot? Yellow or white? Maybe I should try yellow, those like yellow mushrooms. It's been 1 year since the iconic Easter musical chairs on Ithaelia. Oh my gosh, y'all are making me almost want to bring those out again, just for like nostalgia and honoring the tradition or something. Like, I can't believe you all remember those like musical chairs. Mercy brought that up earlier. Like, I still have them in my storage, Drewby. They cost me so much pain and so many water eggs. And it was such an ordeal. Like, I was like begging everyone I knew for water eggs, for stools. Like, I was struggling. So I was like, I'm never selling these. These are just permanently in my storage. If my storage gets full, it doesn't matter. They're still there because I went through too much for those. Darn, I don't have any customization kits. Probably because I dropped them on the ground because my pocket space sucks. So I guess we gotta go find those. Oh yeah, I guess I'm just such a Nintendo casual, Leah. Well, at least with some things. I'm so weird when it comes to Nintendo. Like, there's certain stuff I'm just super familiar with, like Mario World, and then like I've never played a Donkey Kong game, I think in my life, hardly. Maybe in passing a few times, but yeah, anything Donkey Kong I'm not gonna get at all. Oh, thank you for being here, Bruschetta. I really appreciate it. It really means a lot to me after the technical difficulties and in general having maybe like a small bit of anxiety about returning to streaming after so many days off this week. I really appreciate y'all being here and hanging out with me. The late night chaos continues. Like, I keep kind of forgetting like what I'm trying to do. I guess we need customization kits. Does anyone remember where I dropped my customization kits at? In general, that's a good idea for why you should not just drop things on the ground like I do, because then you like don't know where you drop them. Oh, I found them. But that's a good idea for why you should just put stuff in your storage, because otherwise you're like, where did I put this thing? You're always calling things jaunty. Yeah, me and my like vocabulary. I feel like we're all kind of like that. We have like our vocabulary we return to too much. For me, maybe I say jaunty all the time. Yeah, the musical chairs from hell. That's one of my favorite stream moments ever. Like, I think the clip doesn't even like have any sort of special name. Like, I think the clip is just like the name of like the stream, but I found it and saw that it was recorded, that moment of us like glitching through the chairs, and I just like die when I see it and see my confusion. I love it. So let's finally, now that we can customize, let's customize this log stool. Is there a prize for being the reigning champ of Easter musical chairs? Yeah, Leah was the winner last year. We did musical chairs a few times though. Like, I really did want to get my money's use out of those eggs. I wanted to get my money's worth. I think we did musical chairs like maybe 3 times, and then after the 3rd time I was like, I think people might be getting old, getting tired of this. Maybe I should retire the musical chairs for a while. Can we talk about this sunset though, and how perfect it is? Did I find myself a new dream address state? Oh, but it's when the trees have started to turn red. But otherwise, it's so good. I love the sunset, don't you, Julianne? It's so pretty. Oh, and congrats on your giant acorn, Marcella. And hi, Splishy, welcome in. How's it going today? How are you? Welcome to our chaotic late night fairy core build stream, or whatever we got going on. Yes, I just remembered what we were gonna do. We're gonna put that log stool up there. Yeah, I actually don't remember the standings of everything, like, to do with that musical chairs, but unfortunately, I wish I kept the VOD, but there were some VODs that kind of slipped through my fingers a little, but if y'all want to, if y'all want to see, like, the clip, I basically have a small little stream clips compilation, and I've been meaning to do, like, another one. Like, I feel like there's been enough sort of fun memories here and there where, like, I could probably do another one, but yeah, the musical chairs, if you watch this one long enough, this one does have the musical chairs in it. Alright, so what should I put right here? Should I put the hyacinth lamp? I'm also thinking that, like, can you put a ukulele on top of something? Because that would maybe be a good way to bring the ukulele into the picture. But yeah, let's see how that looks first before we get too crazy. And maybe over here I can just put like a few flowers. Oh, or I could put another instrument on the ground over here. Like, this is where I could put the ukulele. It's like, it's right over here. I'm feeling it. Let's do it. If I have the ukulele, you know, I don't know. I don't seem to have it. Okay. Excitement gone. Sim, get wrecked to the rotten acorn. Only some of the trees are red. True, but you just gotta know that, like, the trees are gonna turn red in the most, like, inconvenient places. Let's see how they look around my, fairy she right now, because I know that's one area where I would probably pay pretty close attention to the tree colors, so let's see. Excuse me, Julian. Ah, okay. So the entrance looks okay so far. I like how there's a nice mixture of red and gold. Let's see how it looks over by the throne. What the heck is this? Ah, the boutique from Pokemon Sword and Shield. I didn't play this game. Ooh, okay, so my throne looks nice. Cause my throne, it's like got all the gold trees around it. I don't know, this day might be promising. I will cry though if there's lots of red trees around Ithaelia's Golden City at the entrance, because like that's where I want like pretty much only gold trees to be hanging out, is over by like the White Elegant City. So yeah, if there's too many of the red trees over here, I probably won't like it. So far so good though, not too many red trees. There's like one up there. Ah, that one kills it. That one ruins it right there. Yeah, that's probably why I wouldn't want this to be my dream address, is because of that frickin' red tree right there. I'm so picky. Oh, and hi Ginger! How's it going today? Welcome in. You're up late. Julian sprinting into the fairy she. Does seem like his sort of place, not gonna lie. Alright, so this is our fairy-inspired area so far. And I'm gonna skip this song because I don't really like it too much. And let's find the ukulele. That's one little element or one little instrument I wanted to have over here. Oh, where did my ukulele go? This is the problem with ground storage. Don't fall into the trap. Don't do it. Don't be like me. You think it's a good idea, but then you just can't find anything. If anyone sees a ukulele, let me know. guess I'll just have to craft another one. I really don't know where it went. Ah, shoot. I'm so mad at myself right now. I don't want to craft another one. Oh, it's by the ground up by the town hall? Really? Ah. Thank you, Leah. You just saved me like 5 minutes of my life. Thank you for the follow crossing mark. I appreciate it. Alright, let's see how it looks up there, shall we? Yeah, I guess we are kind of up late. I'm naturally a night owl, though. The curse of being a night owl with like a morning job. Oh, nice. That sounds fun, Ginger. We're trying to create like a whimsical area with like some musical instruments where like the fairies can come and play their harps and their ukuleles apparently. Do y'all think something would look better than the ukulele? It kind of just looks like a guitar on the ground to me. Maybe it's not the best thing. I wish there was a better way for me to get down. But if I don't end up doing the ukulele, I might just do some other plant, so maybe it doesn't really matter, like, I don't have to make that decision right now. COVID made you a night owl, Mercy? You were always awake by 8 or 9, now I sleep until 10, 11, 12. Oh yeah, I've always been kind of a night owl. I think I get it from my dad. My dad's a big night owl. Oh, Kirby Air Ride. I played this game back in the day, unless they came out with more than one Kirby Air Ride. Was there ever like a sequel to that game? This doesn't sound familiar to me though. I'm not really feeling it. I think we're going back to the calming playlist. Sorry to be all jumpy on y'all, but some of those are too goofy for me. Too all over the place. Back to the calming. Our ASMR Nintendo music, complete with water sounds. There's even a nice little water animation if you go to the video. Okay, so let's see how the— oh, Nox! I feel bad like shoving my villagers around. I had to take a different path around Nox. So yeah, I can't really decide if I like the ukulele there or not. I just really want this to be whimsical with lots of musical instruments, trying to figure out the best way to do it. Maybe I should do a pan flute on top of like some sort of stool. How about like a little log stool right here with maybe like a pan flute on it? Or over here, I don't know, somewhere I gotta do some more like musical instrument moves. So here's a log stool. It's probably like the wrong color though. It's like one of those white log stools. Maybe the white log stool will look nice though. I know some people do stand the white log stool. Some people are into it. Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I might prefer it in brown for my area though, but I like how it doesn't block the waterfall much. But it does look like you could sit on it to play the harp, so I think I like that. Let me customize it to brown though. Good night, Lenore. Falling asleep. Have a great evening yourself, and have a wonderful bunny day tomorrow. If you will participate in it. I know some people are staying away from bunny day, staying away from zipper. College made me a night owl. Definitely didn't get that from my family. Oh, yeah, I mean, I got into that stuff really young. I was like pulling all-nighters in high school and stuff, like trying to finish like art projects or essays. Definitely got on like the caffeine train like really too early on. Oh, Pumpkin came back for the treats. I thought I heard like a kitty doing that back there. Let's just check up on her real quick. Free cat cam. You're on a 4-day long weekend, Sam? Oh, nice. That sounds majestic. I'm really happy. Like, sometimes just 2 days off in a row seems like a big treat for me. Like, that's rare for my job. But at the same time, I guess what spacing your days apart does for you, it does leave you with like more like little breaks throughout the week. So sometimes I can't tell which I would prefer, like having 2 days off in a row like most people do, or, you know, I get to kind of have a break on Sunday and then a few days later I have another break on Wednesday. Kind of like spaces out your breaks a little bit more. I definitely need a pan flute right here. Yeah, definitely pan flute there. Napping does feel really cozy. It can screw up your sleep schedule a little though, but I do love me a good nap. So I don't really know like where my pan flutes be. I don't know if I've already crafted some or if I'll need to craft them. Anyone know off the top of your head like what you craft a pan flute with? Like what are the materials for it? I'll see if I have one though. Now that I think about it, the pan flute is what I used for musical chairs back in the day, so if I no longer have the pan flute in there, it must be because I already used it in another area, or I got rid of it. But yeah, let me just show off the I still have them! Look at all these bunny day stools. Oh, an ocarina? Oh, I forgot all about that. Oh, so you need a young spring bamboo to craft that? Darn. That's like one of those materials I don't have a lot, because I'm not a big, like, bamboo person. Oh, I got my hopes up. I was like, is this young spring bamboo? Ooh. Yay! I think someone must have helped me with that, because like I said, I don't tend to have that. So I think someone must have done me a solid in the past, and I still have it around. Yay! Oh yeah, flattening can take a long time, Mercy. Sometimes I underestimate how long it takes just to either flatten something or build something up. Trying to be patient, trying to just be like, well, you just haven't seen it. But it should be under the miscellaneous tab, right? I don't see it though. Here it is. Thank you, Jules. And I guess while I'm at it, how do you do the ocarina? Oh, is it considered a tool? Is that it? No, I guess not. I thought I figured it out. So the ocarina is with clay. The memories? Oh, are you talking about, like the bunny day, the egg stools, Ginger? At first I thought you might be talking about the playlist, since it's a Nintendo-themed playlist. I think Pumpkin did a little dine and dash on us. She was over there, like, eating some food, and then I think she just peaced out. Oh, the sunset is so pretty. Y'all want to see one of my favorite spots to enjoy like a sunset like this? It's over here by my secret garden, and I know I haven't finished my secret garden yet, but I think it's really nice to like walk over here, and I really like the trees framing the scene. Like something like this is very simple and it's not anything to like write home about or post on social media to 100 likes. I mean, it's nothing all that impressive, but I really do still like this point of view. Sometimes you just like simple little things like this. Oh, that's so nice. You love sunsets, Ginger? Yeah, me too. I might even have a softer feel for it compared to even like the sunrises. I know the sunrises in this game are super pretty, but Julian, what are you doing? You're just over here being like a little bit of a weirdo near the fairy sheet. Oh my gosh, he's like just staring at this mush lamp. Oh, and hi Dilly, how's it going? Welcome in, Dilly. I hope you're having a nice night. This is the area we're working on today. We're trying to make it like a whimsical fairy area with like lots of instruments. So we're trying to like gather like all the pan flutes, harps, and ocarinas of the world. I have to admit I'm not really happy with like how that contrasts. Do y'all have any suggestion on how to get that to stand out more, or should I just not be greedy? But yeah, it's like almost the same color as that stool. I wonder if that means I should customize that stool to like the orange color or some other color. I want the pan flute's not very visible. Whatever. I guess it's fine. Sometimes subtle is best. Oh, ooh, did not mean to pick that up. Reacted a little too strongly to picking it up, probably. Oh, that's nice, Mercy. It's really cool. Haven't played since you gave me the antique items. So nice of you. Oh, Masala, I hope you enjoy them. Yeah, no problem. I wonder if this would be a good opportunity for another one of Mercy's forsythia plants. I have trouble saying that word. Yeah, maybe like back here. Not sure. They're definitely really pretty plants, but sometimes I wonder if like they're not bulky enough, like they don't really have a whole lot of weight to them like the cypress plants do. Yeah, let me get like this lime green cypress. Oh, on a cushion? That's a good idea. I didn't really think of the cushion, but now that I think of it, I did do that move over in the fairy she. I have like a pan flute on a cushion over by the fairy she, so I could always like put it on something different other than the mush log. Alright, so I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna do the forsythia, like... Ooh, yeah, I like this like kind of layering effect, I think. Yay! It's nice and warm and cozy, I think. Now just what to put in front of the forsythia. Do I do a rock, maybe? Ah, stone stool. Maybe I should just try a regular rock, like one of those garden rocks. Didn't I go back to my storage for those and come back empty-handed? I think I meant to bring a few of those back, and I forgot about it. Yeah, I can see how this area is starting to come together. I think some more of those nut lamps, we call them nut lamps now after a previous stream. Does anyone remember that? The coining of the nut lamps. But yeah, I think some of those will help bring the area together more. Where are the garden rocks? Ah, here they are. Here's my like 10 garden rocks. Oh, thank you, Jules. I appreciate it. Something I really like about this time of year, which is helping me with this area a little, I really like how the hedges like turn all like brownish and goldish. I guess now that I think of it, the hydrangeas kind of do this too. But some of the bushes are a little too green, but I really like how the hedges turn nice and brown because it really helps with the like color scheme that I try to do. Just wanted to shout out my appreciation for that. So let's see if the garden rock hides the... Oh! Ah, it doesn't really quite hide it. Darn. I wonder if I should do this differently then. Should I... Oh. Should I put the forsythia like right in front of the cedar and then put the hedge in front of both of them? Will that work? Oh, I do like me some Zelda music, even though I don't have a big association with like the franchise or anything. I think some of the Zelda music's pretty solid. So what do y'all think of that? Do you like that a little better? Think the hedge does a suitable enough job of hiding that pot from most angles? And even the pot might kind of blend in with the cliff. I feel like sometimes the brown pot does that, where as long as you're not being too picky and looking too close, I feel like it kind of blends in sometimes. Sorry for the clutter, like the random stuff everywhere. I'll drop it over here to make it less offensive. Okay, and I think I should maybe do a little bit more landscaping up on the top tiers to try to figure out what I'm doing up there, and that might even like guide me a little better with what to do for the bottom tiers. Because sometimes it does help me to work from like top to bottom when I'm landscaping. Ocarina of Time. Yeah, I think that was yeah. So maybe it's like Ocarina of Time music I especially like. I feel like anything from that game that comes on, I just like totally love it. Oh, thank you, Leah. I'm glad you like it. I wonder what I should do up here. Probably over here. I should keep it a little bit less fairy core because you could probably see this area from down by Nox's house. I'm having fun looking at Sterling. This is such a funny way to view him. Look at him chilling out by the river over there. Alright, so, I was thinking about doing a rock, but hard to predict how it'll look. Maybe the stone tablet? What should I put in front of the stone tablet? Ah, how about a Jacob's ladder? I like those. It sounds so silly. Oh my gosh, Sterling is up to like so many shenanigans. What's he doing back there? Man, this sunset is really something else. Definitely like gave my dream address thoughts like a run for their money, just with how pretty the sunset is. Maybe I could find a sunset like this, like with the golden trees that I like though, as long as I figure out like what my weather seed is. I know a lot of people get into like those weather seed shenanigans. I haven't really yet because it seems like a lot of work and it intimidates me. But I do know that's a thing that you can do to maybe like figure out like your weather and all that. It makes me think about past games too, because all Animal Crossing games have been kind of like this, where like your weather is tied to certain days. And like some of the past games, like I'd have a dream address date that I'd have for like Citaloon or whatever. And I guess those games probably had a weather seed as well, and we just didn't know about it. Oh, thank you, Jules. You're so kind. Thank you. I'm really enjoying this day in Ithaelia too, and I guess I'm seeing a lot of progress in the landscaping of this. At the same time though, I'm not sure about every little detail. That's why I want to do the top of it first, because I feel like the top will help inform what I do on the bottom. But I'm glad you like it so far. And good night, Marcella. Thank you so much for the lurk. That's really kind of you to do that. And you're so sweet. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Whoa, have you all ever thought about the power, the potential power of those forsythia plants with like the sweet olive bushes? Because I was like over here and I saw that and I got like taken aback all of a sudden, because that almost looks like a sweet olive bush. I feel like that would be so powerful if someone was to do that. Like make a themed island like around forsythias and around sweet olives. Also, anytime they introduce something like that that has like lots of gold flowers, I get pulled into my I guess instinct to like to draw inspiration from Lothlorien themes. I have this new leaf town called Lorien, which has like the golden foliage, and it's supposed to be themed around Lothlorien from The Lord of the Rings. And I feel like the second they introduced the forsythia plant, like there was almost like this little seed that planted in my head, like, oh, wouldn't this be cool to use like all over the place in a Lothlorien themed island, like to have all the golden plants everywhere and like a golden themed town. I still kind of want to finish that Lothlorien themed new leaf town one day. I think it could be really charming. I want to use this somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and grab it. I think I want to use that. And I'll drop some of the other stuff I'm not using, because pockets are struggling. Alright, I love this song too. Let's see. Ah, this is Twilight Princess. My theory is broken. I thought I just loved everything that was like Ocarina of Time, but I guess I like this one too. I hear pumpkin bathing back there. Got some more orange to add to the stream. Oh, you were thinking the same thing about the forsythia and the sweet olives, Leah? Yeah, they look so similar. It's not even just the color, but something about like the shape of the leaves reminds me of the sweet olives too. And thank you so much for the lurk, Claire. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk. What was I even doing? Oh yes, let us get a flower or two. We probably need a few flowers and decoration, don't we? I feel bad. Sometimes I think I have everything and I don't. Gonna be fresh and clean for Easter. Yeah, cats spend so much time grooming. Where did I drop my, oh, answering my own question just continuously throughout the stream. I don't know if I really like the ukulele where it is in this build. I'm sort of thinking that that might be a good spot for like a butterfly. Like, wouldn't that be kind of cool to both add height, but also just like tie into the atmosphere to have like a butterfly model there? But I'm afraid you'll be able to see the base of the butterfly model too much, so I'm not sure about it. And of course I have like a million mushrooms spawning everywhere. That's great. Just awesome. Alright, now this piece, I feel like this piece is important because it's like right in the middle of two waterfalls. Do I just do like a special flower? Do I do like another harp? Like, what is this area calling for? Or is this like a better place for that log stool than even the current log stool? You know, like I just feel like whatever I put here is really key, really important. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm feeling pretty good. Are you asking out of concern knowing how I was feeling yesterday, or just checking up? Yeah, I feel pretty good. I have like a Coke near me. Thank you for the follow, Peach. So I want to try like a few different things in this spot. Maybe a harp. Maybe the log stool. Maybe a bush. I don't know. I don't really know what's going to go in that spot, but I feel like it's pretty important. It's right in the middle of two waterfalls. Oh, thank you, Ginger. I appreciate it. Oh, you're sweet. Oh, dang. So the interesting thing about that spot is it's like so tall that like you can't even really see it super good in the pan-up view. So I feel like whatever should be right there should be kind of short. Like maybe just a bush would be best. Maybe I should just do a bush. Yeah, even though I love this project and I love the coziness, I'm not totally sure if I'll totally finish this area today, obviously. I feel like areas just do take a while to complete. Maybe some people have a special skill to do it quickly, but for me it's always like a lot of trial and error. So let's just see how the simplicity of that works. A bush would be cute, yeah. I was thinking maybe I was overthinking with like all the furniture ideas. Maybe you just need to keep it simple with a bush. Yeah, I like the bush up there. It kind of just adds to the foliage of the scene. Just trying to look and establish vibes. I'm just trying to see how this is all flowing. Do you think the bush is like definite though? Like, do you think that's definitely what I should have, or should I play around with it more? Maybe that's just what I'll leave for now. I can come up with other ideas later. And then I think I'm gonna work on this area right here, and then should leave some time to marinate like off stream to come up with other ideas off stream. Oh, that is a hedge right there. That I didn't end up planting a bush. That is a hedge. But let's put some more hedges around here. Oh gosh. I guess I'm gonna eat some of these mushrooms. Let's eat some shrooms. I hate to do it though, because they're good crafting, but they're just getting on my nerves. I have to keep picking them up and then clutter my pockets. Ah, good night, Mercy. I appreciate it. I'm glad you found it lovely. Thank you for hanging out, and best of luck on your castle. Did you end up making any progress on it tonight, or are you gonna save it for later? And maybe on... Oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was some sort of harp you could like put on top of something? Like imagine if this was small enough you could put it on the turkey garden stand. Nut lamp on the turkey stand? Ah, I was thinking that. Oh my gosh, we like have the same brain. 'Cause I was thinking, that might look nice. I was also thinking, does it make sense though? Because I like to use the nut lamps as basically like fairy trees, and I don't know if it makes sense for a fairy tree to be just chilling out on top of a pedestal, but it'll probably look pretty, and that's all that matters. Let's get one of these said nut lamps. Oh, good night. That sounds like some good progress. Always nice to figure out the items you're going to use for a build before you actually start building. You'll be all ready to go tomorrow or whenever you start. Good night. Thank you for being here. Alright, we have procured ourselves a nut lamp. Are there any more? Because I could probably use some more without stealing from my rock garden. Oh yeah, it's coming back to me. I put a lot of those in my storage. I used to have them in my inventory, and then I put a lot of them in my storage. So I'll have to probably get them out of there. Wow! That looks dreamy. I really like that turkey stand up there. That adds something. I wonder if I should, I don't know, take a page out of that book and think about using that more. There is the possibility of overusing that like as a move, but sometimes if something looks good, it's an idea of like, ooh, maybe I should do that elsewhere too. Because stuff like that can kind of like alter your perception or your plans for an area. If you like try something and you really like how it looks, then maybe you just want to like repeat that same move elsewhere. I'm a little curious what's going to go in front though. Like, should I just do a flower? Should I do a harp? Because we could try to tie even more harps into the scene, particularly the Virgo harp. But that might block the stand a little. I think we need to let the stand like live on its own. We need to let the stand do its thing. Yeah. Yeah, we call it a nut lamp now. It's official. It's because I kept having a hard time figuring out like what to actually call it. Tree Bounty just does not pop into my head very naturally. I was like, we gotta call it something else. Such a pretty item. Yeah, the turkey stand, it really is. I remember being so hyped about it when it was first introduced, and I thought I would use it everywhere, but I actually haven't really. I've used it in a few spots, but I definitely haven't used it everywhere. Well, dang, the Virgo harp is just the most subtle little addition in the background. It almost looks like a woman and not a harp. It kind of looks like some woman floating out of the bushes. Can't really see the harp part of her. Yeah, so, I mean, it's definitely getting some of those magical vibes, I feel like. So, I'm trying to figure out where to continue going from here. Like, I wonder if I should replace that hyacinth lamp with another nut lamp. You think so? Maybe it would tie better into everything? I'm not sure though. I'm not ready to commit. Maybe I should just leave that alone for now. And how did I have this river anyways? Because this river used to like connect back before I started screwing with it, so... yeah, I think it was something like this. So there's only really space for maybe like one flower in front of that turkey stand, something right here. Maybe both of these should just be flowers. Yeah, so one can maybe be like a Jacob's ladder. Ooh, how about a mushroom or a mush lamp? Should probably get that somewhere. Oh, darn it. I guess that's why I did the waterscaping, huh? Because the waterscaping kept getting in my way. I want like the green mush lamp, but like turned off. And that's because it looks like a brown lamp, like when you turn it off. Yay! Yeah, that's what I wanted. Either that or a yellow one. In fact, that might be something good to put where that hedge is. I wonder if that would be better there than that hedge. I guess there's only one way to find out. This is the fiddliness of outdoor decorating and trying to fine-tune areas. So I'm gonna try this real quick with the Virgo heart back here. Oh, one thing I didn't think of. Am I gonna see this stuff from the back? I guess I just might have to deal with it. That always bugs me though. That's one of my little like pet peeves, is when like two areas aren't really meant to like go together perfectly and you can kind of see one area like from the back from another one. It's always been an issue. In particular, I run into that over here, where it's like I see like the back of the museum over here, and it really gets on my nerves, but I'm not willing to sacrifice either the museum or this bridge, so I just have to like deal with the fact that it bugs me a little. And yeah, that mush lamp, it's too tall to really be seen right there, so I didn't really think about that, but yeah, the mush lamp's not gonna work right there. Yeah, I'm not really exactly sure the exact placement of all this stuff, but I feel like I'm going in the right direction. But if I really wanted to be like totally done, I'd definitely be streaming for a long time, I think. So I am sort of feeling like maybe it's a little late. Maybe I should wind it down, even though I am addicted to fiddling around with it at this point. Yeah, let me know how you all are feeling and if you're vibing, or if you think I should call it a night and rest and marinate and all that good stuff. What should be right here? Maybe like another nut lamp? Another nut lamp? I don't have enough of those nut lamps in my pockets, do I? Oh, you've never seen the nut lamp before? Really? Ah. Well, maybe you just didn't like register it because I know you've like seen me play in Ithaelia and I use them a lot in Ithaelia, so maybe you just didn't like really fully register. Oh, really, Jules? Oh, that's really flattering. Sometimes I worry if I get too fiddly and with it being as late as it is and people are winding down and chat gets quiet, I wonder if it's just like call it a day sort of time. But it's nice to know some people enjoy it. Yeah, we need some more of those nut lamps. Ah, why do I only have them in red? That's so frustrating. I thought I had so much more of these things. Where did they all go? I'll have to customize those. Oh, you're fine, Ginger. Do you have any plans for any of this like fairy course stuff in your new island? Like, what is Ratopia gonna be like? Is Ratopia gonna be mostly like a modern island, or oh, and hi, Winnie. The sunset's definitely kind of like winding down a little. I really loved like the golden portion of the sunset, but it's starting to get more into that hazy, like purple pinkish sort of hour. Oh my gosh, Ginger, we were like messing with you with the name of the lamp. No, it's called the Tree Bounties lamp. Sorry for the confusion. Oh, thank you, hearts. I'm so glad. I hope you have a wonderful night. Yes, the nut lamp is our name for it. So let's customize all of these to white. I like the tomato color, but I feel like Ithaelia is all about like the white nut lamp. So your town's gonna be city-like as I can, but the camp area is cottagecore. Oh, that's cool. Have like a little retreat in the city. Oh, have a cozy afternoon nap sim. Our time zones are so wild. Yeah, enjoy, and thank you for being here. I might fiddle with like the top of where I'm landscaping a bit more, because I'm curious how these nut lamps may or may not vibe up there. But after that, I might call it a night too. I'm so frustrated by my pockets. Oh, good night, heart. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Okay, so I really think that mush lamp, you can kind of see it, but ironically I feel like the Virgo harp is what looked best there. It was just like, it almost looked like this ghost woman or fairy woman like floating out of the bushes, but that's what looked best there, seemingly. And I'm gonna try the nut lamp in a few more places. I'm really curious how it's gonna look in front of this tree. And also maybe if it looks better than this hedge does. So that's like my main points of curiosity. Oh no, I missed one. I hate when I do that. I had a feeling I missed one. You're like in your pockets trying to like customize everything and then you miss one. And of course I keep clicking on it. There we go. Okay, so now that this is back, I think I'll have to use like Rossetti's service because I'm like really crammed in here. Oh, you think maybe a butterfly model? Which space did you have in mind, the butterfly model? I like that idea too. I did bring those out for a reason. I have a few butterfly models over there. And welcome in, Moth. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. We're thinking next to the turkey stand, and then maybe the hedge in front would hide the stand. Ah, Dana. Oh wow, what an honor. Thank you so much for this raid. Such a late night raid. I'm glad someone else is up at this hour. What did y'all get up to? Oh, birthday raid? It's Dana's birthday today? Oh, I feel really bad for not knowing. I love Sugar Coated Kiss, Dana, so much. She's actually like the first Animal Crossing streamer I ever found on here and inspired me a lot because I really like, I don't know, some of the other Animal Crossing streamers that I had found elsewhere, like they didn't, you know, have the same focus on dreamies and laying paths and stuff, like, and I really related a lot to Dana's playstyle, so yeah, she's been a really big inspiration. Thank you so much for getting that shout out for Sugar Coated Kiss, Ginger. Definitely anyone who follows me should go and check out her channel for some more cozy Animal Crossing content. What did you all get up to in Animal Crossing? Did you like have the birthday event and stuff? And hi Jessu and Ice and Julie. And hi everyone. So chill and aesthetic. Oh, thank you. So is yours. I really appreciate it. Yeah, for anyone new, my name is Amy, and yeah, I really like Animal Crossing decorating and cozy chats and just getting up to that sort of thing here. This is my sort of medieval fantasy island, so it's got some like rustic areas and some elegant areas, and right now we've been trying to work on this like sort of fairy area that's almost more of just like one of those awkward areas in towns that's like connects to already existing ones. So it's just like a little bit of an odd piece of land that exists partly because of the areas on either side of it, and we're trying to make this area look aesthetic. So it's been a bit of a struggle, not gonna lie. But hopefully we'll get somewhere. Oh wow, a 10-hour stream? That's amazing. Did a painting? I've seen you do a few of those before. They're really gorgeous, like oil painting inspired by like KK Slider and stuff. What did you paint today? Oh, thank you for the follows. I really appreciate it. Y'all are so nice. Thank you again for the raid. 10-hour stream, that like kind of blows my mind, and it's so impressive. I've never done like a super long stream like that before. Yeah, let's try to reassess. This is where like I dropped all my items that I'm going to be using for the build, like various flower items and mush items and stuff. So since I'm not really vibing with what's up there, we might swap-a-roo some of the things. Like I tried a bunch of those little white lamps, and I think it's too much. Maybe like one of the lamps is fine, but I think 3 of the lamps is too much. So we gotta replace some of those. Oh, and hi Set to Build. Oh, such cute emotes. I love Sugar's emotes. Oh, you like the castle? Thank you. Yeah, I really like all the different sections of like the fantasy island, like the white city here at the front and everything, and the castle in the back. It's just like an ode to like fantasy literature that I really enjoyed growing up. Let's eavesdrop on these two, shall we? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, you did the KK birthday album? That sounds like a really special piece. I bet that turned out really good. You crack me up, Tipper. I can't believe you actually said, and I quote, I must say, darling, a fine artisanal green curry is like a work of art made for one's mouth. Were you imitating me? I sounded just like the Duchess of Diction here, didn't I? Oh my gosh. I like this dialogue. I think it was a nice impression. I've always felt like the Snooties sound like really elegant. Like that's to me like their vibe, rather than really being snooty. I feel like they're just like super elegant and formal. That's the impression I've gotten. Sometimes they do like little shifts to the personalities of the characters in every game. Like I kind of feel like Snooties and New Leaf just kind of seem like kindly older women, and Snooties in some of the older games are truly like the sassy ones. But yeah, in this game they just seem like really elegant to me. Really formal ladies. Works really well with characters like Diana and Whitney that like just have that elegant look to them too. It ironically doesn't work super well with my Tipper. Like I feel like Tipper, when she's like talking all elegant, like I don't know. I guess I shouldn't talk trash about a snooty cow. But yeah, it works better with some snooties than others, I think. I've been walking around trying to find some Jacob's ladders. I probably have some on my beach, so yeah, that's what I was like walking around wondering for. But I guess I should check my beach. I think some Jacob's ladders would be really nice, like mixed in with the other flowers. Alright, I found my flower storage. I wonder at what point like my flower storage will finally meet its end, because as more and more of the town does get developed, and this island is fairly developed at this point, I mean, there's going to be fewer opportunities where I'll just need like all these flowers, so maybe at some point I can kind of move them to another island or get rid of them or something, because this island really is getting more and more filled up and more finished. I'm not sure if I need all those flowers. And something that I found with New Horizons in general, I feel like you don't really need flowers as much as you would think for landscaping compared to some of the older games. Like some of the older games, that's like all you could do was like plant flowers, but in this one, since you can terraform and lay out items and things like that, I find that flower usage doesn't always have to be like the core of decorating. It can be if you're going for like a garden or a meadow or that sort of thing, but you can also plan whole areas that don't have like hardly any flowers at all. Oh no, can't really get over here well. Okay, so let's try the turkey stand here, and I did really like that lamp on top, so we're gonna keep that. Oh, not the orange one. And not that. It's like orange lamp in my pockets is always killing me. There we go. So Leah, you were saying to put like the like the butterfly over here. Yeah, I'll try that. I think I finally have like one such butterfly in my pocket. So let's try the monarch butterfly over here, and then maybe like the hedge will hide it. Yeah, it's a good idea. It is a little low though. I wonder if it really will like rise above the hedge or not. I guess we'll see. And then maybe this we should just keep it simple and do a Jacob's ladder. Sometimes I get like a little too fancy and I feel like I gotta like, I don't know, be fancy everywhere, and sometimes all you need is a flower. So I'm curious to see how this looks. I wonder if this will, you know, be the answer to my questions and the answer to my struggles. Oh, and there's one more thing I wanted to do, like right over here. I think I want to add like another hedge. Or I guess a bush, because if I do a hedge right here like this, it's going to be one of those weird like vertical hedges. And I'd rather it be like a horizontal one. I've never really been sure like the best way to go about fixing that issue. I guess you can always like terraform in a different way and then like force it to lay out the hedge the way that you want. Like do something like that, and then now it'll let you do the hedge. And then you can tear it down. Can't predict very well. Yeah, that happens to me too. I'm glad you know what I mean. That's the problem with terraforming and landscaping is sometimes literally until you do something, can't really predict how it'll look and how the different heights and different items will combine together. That's why it takes like so much trial and error. And it's a shame too, because oftentimes you care about a certain viewpoint and so you have to like keep traveling up and down. There was this one time recently, like I just started using my pipe for the traveling up and down and it like worked really well, and I was like, man, I need to do this in the future. So I actually think I like that best out of everything I've done so far. I actually kind of like that, and I think I might see that upper cliff, the upper cliff in particular, as like end game. End game meaning like I'm probably not going to change that anytime soon. But everything else, like, you know, that ukulele, the stone monument, the hyacinth lamp, I feel like nothing else is really end game except for like I like this harp area here and I like this stuff on top. And everything else could probably change. But I like how it's coming along and I like the potential. Something that's been kind of bugging me was I really liked the idea of using this like log bench in the area, like the like long log bench, and it might be very creative and kind of like unusual if I actually used it like on the other side of this waterfall, like sort of where the Jacob's ladder is. So that's something I'm very curious about. I might want to go ahead and test my theory and see if it looks good or not. Like Lee and I were just talking about, it's really hard to like predict things, predict how they'll look before you actually test them out. Oh, and I guess you could see the butterfly, right? I mean, I feel like I saw it from down there. I don't know, I can't remember now if we could see the butterfly or not. I'll have to see in a second. Oh, thank you, Jules. I'm glad you like it. Alright, so this is the log idea. I don't know, I just feel like it's an unusual placement and it might end up looking cool, but I also have no idea. It might look really terrible. And I'm just like really struggling with pocket space, so I'm just trying to drop everything I can. Alright, one last little test. I want to try a mush lamp here instead. And do you all think like a white color or maybe like a brown mush lamp turned off? I wonder which one would look better. Alright, let's try that. No predictions, no idea. Head empty, no thoughts. We'll see. There we go. you like it, Ginger? We haven't even seen it from the angle that matters, though. Interesting. I actually don't really know how I feel about it. I don't know if I like it or not. We're also not really viewing this at the time of day where it matters. Like the time of day where this matters is like sunset, and it's starting to get pretty like dark out. So I guess I'll keep that in mind. I really liked the idea of using that log stool somewhere, but I could also probably find maybe another home for it. Like it's like right in the center of that waterfall. Oh, thank you, Bashful Turnip. I appreciate it. Yeah, I definitely think the area like around the waterfalls where that like mush log, or that, not mush log, you know, the long log is. Like I think that's definitely really important, and I'm not entirely sure what to do with it yet. But I really like what's at the top. I really like the turkey stand and everything up there. Oh, I wonder, like maybe over here. Maybe that would be a good spot for like the mush log. I like how I always call like anything that remotely resembles a log a mush log. That's not what this is, but I just keep calling it that. Yeah, maybe it would work better like right over here. Well, I'm really curious, so I'm just gonna like test it out real quick. And then I do think maybe I just gotta be resigned to the fact that I'll probably continue to fiddle for a while. Do we want to use another, since that like turkey stand just looks so epic over there? Like maybe this is another good spot for like another turkey stand though. Like that just looked really good. We were shook by how good that worked out. So maybe this is the spot where we should use another one. So cypress plant, turkey stand. And then I think it's getting too late as far as just like the outside conditions in my town anyway. I can't even really tell what I'm doing anymore because I design for the sunset, so if it gets too late out, I can't even really predict how it'll look in the sunset anymore. Are any of these turkey stands? There we go. Alright, what should go on top of it? Should it be like the ukulele to be a little creative? Where did my ukulele go? Guess my ukulele disappeared. I could have sworn I picked it up like a second ago. Well, alright. It disappeared. Doesn't exist anymore. You need sleep too? Yeah, probably me as well. I think I will go ahead and head to bed now, but this was really nice progress. And hey, look, I think I might like that turkey stand too. This is coming out pretty elegant and classy. I'm glad that I finally went somewhere with this area, somewhere where I can really like see it probably being what I like to say end game, where it's like I probably won't continue to fuss with it or redo it a million times. To me, it just has that Ithaelia feel where it ticks quite a few boxes that I like about it. One, I like that over here you're immersed in like the dragon hills and the rocks and the brown flowers, and then you walk over here and it is sort of a subtle transition because there's like all these rocks and the ruins around that almost don't make you feel like you're going into another area, but then it'll just sort of gradually like open up to you to be something else. Something that when you pan up will just have its own identity as its own place in my island that, in my whimsical head, I'm trying to draw a lot of inspiration from an aesthetic that I call Afternoon of a Fawn. I know it's like really ridiculous and probably silly for me to even bring it up, but yeah, like this is my mood board for this build, is things that just have like gold colors and musical instruments, like this guy playing the pan flute, just like overgrown vibes that also just feel kind of elegant, hence the turkey stands, you know, the turkey stands kind of bring to mind some of these like fallen columns, and I don't know, I just really like this sort of aesthetic. I actually think one of my builds that I'll do like after the mountain build that we're gonna do, I think I might do a build that's just dedicated to Afternoon of a Fawn vibes, where I just try to like create a scene that reminds me of these sort of images, use that as my mood board for its own area. But hey, since I like it so much, I thought why not try to draw inspiration for it with Ithaelia as well. And so I hope you can see a little bit of the inspiration with the musical instruments and the gold tones. And I can't wait to see it more to completion. But thank you all so much for watching and sticking around. We had some cozy chaos and some nice conversations and some decent progress. Some nice tunes. Oh, thank you, Ginger. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, and no worries at all. Oh, thank you, Bashful Turnip. Good night, Lee. Good night, Bashful Turnip, and good night, Ginger and Jules and everyone. And I think I will skip a raid since it's so late here. I can't believe I streamed till like 1:30 a.m. What am I doing? But good night, everyone, and thank you so much again to Sugar Coated Kiss and her community for that lovely raid. I really appreciate it, and it was nice to spend some more time in Ithaelia again. I do, whenever I play in this island, I do, like in spite of myself, get kind of sucked into the fantasy vibes, and I feel like I did a decent job of the different areas, feeling like you're wandering through like a fantasy forest in one spot, and then in another spot you're in an elegant city. Like I do like the vibes in this town. Very fun little first OG island that I built. Alright, good night everyone. For real. Alright, bye. See you next time. I'm not sure if I'll stream on Easter or not, but definitely probably Monday. So Monday at the latest. Alright, bye.
Now.